Welcome everybody. This is yet another exciting week of NACE Starleague Collegiate Rocket League. I'm Dana Taco. Joined with me is Squid. Squid, lovely to be back. It's been a while. We had President's Day off. We had to get some other people in the booth for last week, but now finally back at home. We got some nice matchups on the way.
Back at home in Collegiate Rocket League, and I can't say that I was terribly excited to be gone on the stream for that past week, as you mentioned. So it is good. Grounded back in reality. We got 3 best of 5s laid out for us of just collegiate stuff, and this is always the stream where we see those teams that perhaps we're not so used to kind of make their way out to the forefront. I think today might just be one of those nights. Of course, you can see on our schedule here, starting with Ontario Tech versus the University of Waterloo. We're actually rather familiar with the Warriors as a school, but their roster has been going on under a lot of changes over time. Of course, then West Virginia and Western Kentucky U, and to round out Northeastern and CEM, and again, NAU, a team that we are rather intimately familiar with there, Taco.
Yeah, there's 2 teams at the front and back half, but of course West Virginia is a team that haven't heard a lot about outside the fact that they actually have recruited Falls, previously of Bay State fame, one of the best players, arguably the best player in the entire country of Mexico, playing now as a student at West Virginia. That is such an interesting addition, and so of course that's going to be a banger second matchup for all of that. However, when we're looking at this individual game coming up with Ontario Tech University and University of Waterloo, to start everything off, I mean, we're starting in on a series that is very much so one of those mid-table series where we have Ontario Tech somewhat struggling with that 3-2 record, University of Waterloo trying to keep the magic alive, going with that 5-1.
Well, and truly, and of course, as we know, I mean, you sustain any losses in this, and it can be rather difficult. And of course, for Ontario Tech, Waterloo, they are, on paper, they look like a pretty middle-of-the-road team. And the only reason that I say that is because we know that GoRox is a strong player, but, it remains to be seen for the remainder of the team. Of course, Virus and Vanilla Rain coming into this, for me, Taco, a little bit still out there. This is what I was talking about. We've seen many roster changes for them, and they've always been just outside of the Rocket League bubble, if not inside of the CRL bubble, because we have seen them make some pretty deep runs in bracket before. I don't believe they've ever actually qualified for league play, so they've really been struggling to try and make it happen, but they've been a force to be reckoned with. And of course, GoRox does have a lot of competitive history in the Rocket League scene in general. So Warriors coming into this one, I feel like they might have pretty good odds, but Ontario Tech 3-2 record, this is their chance to put Waterloo kind of on even footing. And like I said, for playoffs contention later down the line, it's going to be very important that you try to take as many wins as you can. This is your chance to directly impact your competitor's record.
Yeah, and it's stuff like that you really need to be mindful of, because if you get these shots at the top of the bracket, not only does it propel you up, but it also is able to really prove that you belong up there. But honestly, that's all on paper. We need to make sure we have results on the pitch. We're underway with the first match of the night, Ontario Tech and University of Waterloo, and we'll have to see if all that buzz from Waterloo season after season is going to be buzzing yet again as we get this one underway.
And I hope to see some good things here from Ontario Tech. Rise of Azurite, Pepper PK inside destroys, although this looked a little bit dicey out in front. Vanilla Rain can't actually put it together. What a touch there. I believe that was Pepper PK out of the net, somehow getting that one away from the goal line. First 30 seconds, and that was a close call, but they'll stand completely unscathed with Ontario Tech.
As is going to tap that one high, and there's no one really to follow. I think right there, after all that panic on that first side from Ontario Tech, I think they just want to settle things down, make sure everyone is where they need to be, as the pressure will continue to come through. But Waterloo playing it oh so patient, lurking in that backfield, waiting for that moment to strike. Could this be it? Virus, it's on the near post, but double commit and double save, getting that one out to keep scoreline level.
Talking about double commits being a rather risky play, of course, on the defense there. As long as you achieve your objective, make that clearance, generally speaking, you won't go particularly punished on that point. You can see the Warriors did have to defer back into their own half. Still chasing this one down. It's that destroy, but out on GoRox to make that play. Tossed out to the side here. Remaining in the neutral place where we rather enjoy seeing game take place. Of course, as soon as Waterloo gets that one out, it's a bit of an odd touch there, but it seemed to be communicated rather well. Kazarife in the air to make something happen. Maybe had the flip reset, but he's dropping that one out to the corner. They're still playing a very tentative game, and Vanilla Rain so free here. Can't get the double tap, actually. Looks like there's going to be a surefire goal down the other way after the defense was unable to challenge that aerial.
That's one of the most painful plays when you do go for the double tap. When everything lines up, you have the read, and then you think you need to extend it out, and then you realize you're actually too far, so you're not able to get over top of it. It's just too forward of a touch. It's going to ricochet off the bar. It's not like Waterloo is looking for too many chances. Only 2 shots, but fairly generative moving forward, putting the ball in weird positions for Ontario. And I will say credit to Ontario Tech being able to engineer some form of defense every single time. How much longer can they last out, though? Vanilla Rain under 1 and over top the second.
The flip reset is going to be just enough here to bust the defense wide open. You can see that initial challenge, and that is the challenge you need to be making, but Kazariv can't quite pin down the read on that secondary contact. Well played there, and Vanilla Rain gonna put the team on their back just a little bit. I won't necessarily say that they're hard carrying this game. It's been a very, I guess, team effort coming down the line. Of course, this, Virus just outside the post. How many times is it now that we've seen the Warriors with a quality shooting chance they've just barely missed out on because maybe they're a little bit too eager or just a little bit inaccurate?
It's something that's really clear about games like this is that one team tends to be on the back foot, and it's on their job to adjust. I think Ontario is playing valiantly, but right now they're just caught in the mix of some of these plays. Virus, that's what we're talking about on the double tap.
Well and truly, and 2 players there on the sideline produces so much opportunity to find that space on the backboard. Kazariv has to try to cover as many options as is possible, but finds himself even going towards the corner, towards that boost away from the post, and it just makes it so easy, so trivial for Virus at that point. And at this rate, I feel like Waterloo, you know, perhaps they had some inaccuracies on these mechanical plays, but it's sure coming up. And I gotta be honest, if they can't get it together on the Ontario Tech side, is they get a bump in the midfield and that'll just trickle on through. Okay, this is a good way to respond.
Trickle is the best possible word because it's exactly what it felt like. It's right down the middle, and yeah, there was some bump attempts and some dodges, but I really felt like GoRox felt like, hey, that's probably yours. The other defender says, no, that's definitely yours to have, and no one touches it, goes through. I'm not gonna say it's a free goal, but something Ontario Tech will not be thinking twice about. They'll take it, and they'll have something to build off of going into the final 2 minutes. Maybe something pretty promising because there's no one on the backboard. Vanilla Rain just getting there in time. Being able to ricochet that one across. Virus, another extension out. It's a flawless set down, though. The teammate was there to actually help that pay off. One more lob onto the backboard. It is straight down, but no contact. Vanilla Rain just has to try and dive at it. Double tap attempt also missed, and Gorok's going to get rejected.
Lots of space and time being rented to the defense there. Well, I guess I could say the same for the offense. I mean, I thought that was going to be a surefire goal. Vanilla Rain still looking for this one. The flip reset cannot find it. GoRox now, it's a bit of a light tap. Kazariv, low boost and no boost for the remaining defense. They'll be bumped out of the way anyhow. Virus for number 3.
The boost management there from Waterloo, getting all the challenges in that they need to, stealing all the pads, stealing all the bigger boosts in the corner, and eventually it felt like that ball was sitting there for about 30, 45 seconds because it was. They just could not get a clear Ontario Tech, and that's what's going to happen when the other team is starting to get into a flow state. This is the Waterloo I think everyone was fearing looking at that 5-1 record.
Ooh. Pepper almost with a chance out there in the front. This one just outside of the bars, and Kazariv will be there for that shot. 57 to go. This is still playable for them. But as we were saying earlier, I mean, allowing Waterloo to really get started was probably one of their biggest mistakes, but it seems like they've been able to formulate a response. Their offense has actually looked fairly deadly when they get out onto the orange hat.
And I really do like that play from Kazariv because not only is it just a quick play to hit it in, but it's the immediate turn in the midfield to recognize just how dangerous that first ball in was going to be. And that's a difficult thing to do, especially when you are under pressure, when you have to mount those comebacks. You have to be so aware of everything. Right there, they gave GoRox Go the blue tag, maybe a bit more time than they really reasoned out, but not going to hurt them this time. How about the second? Vanilla Rain into GoRox, off corner. Virus is there. A quick 1, 2, 3. That's going to be put right in the back.
You can't let this one get out of control as it did. I mean, off the backboard, okay, sure, you're not able to make that read, but somebody has to be proactively making that corner touch as difficult as possible for GoRox Go, because he is going to just give that one right over to Virus. You can see how far out into the mid that got and how unpredictable it is for the defense. And even though they had 2 defenders relatively close, you know, right in the zip code, of that shot, they were still unable to get out in front of it. So final couple of seconds, get it tick away. I love that pre-jump idea there from Go Rocks. Now it's a bit of a breakaway for Ontario Tech. They're going to try for a simple 1-2-3, and of course, that one's not going to work. Much too telegraphed for the defense, much too far away. And now we just need to wait for the final couple of seconds here. Tick off the clock. That should be game one. They might even get one for consolation. It looks good, but Vanilla Rain will shut it down. And that will be a 2-4 victory over in the favor of the Waterloo Warriors.
And a brilliant save right there at the end, even though it would not have made much of a difference. Had that gone in, it's still nice for that goal differential. And also just to remind the other team that these goals are really going to have to be earned. We gave you one in the beginning that was a little clunky, but ever since then, we've cleaned things up. We know how to handle this, and they will be able to get that 4-2 and that shot differential with Virus leading the way. Pure efficiency, 60% shooting from the field to lead their squad.
Yeah. Well and truly looking good, but I got to be honest, this was a really good fight from Ontario Tech. I feel like for the most part, though, their defense, it looked a little bit shaky at times. I wasn't too much a fan. There were a lot of double commits here and there, but if they can really get that under control, then I think they've got a fighting chance in this series. And of course, being a little bit more proactive at getting some of those easily telegraphed plays out of their half, because it felt like there was just a little bit too much space and time given to the Warriors. And if they start to realize that, then they will begin to punish.
Yeah, and that's something that we've already seen that Ontario Tech is actually able to get up on, is when there is some gaps in the defense, that is something they can at times be able to get onto, but the main weapon that the Waterloo players are getting on top of more than anything else is just being able to mount pressure, and you don't really need to be able to bring the sledgehammer immediately through. You just need to chip away at the defense, and eventually something's going to give. That could have been it very early on, but Gorok's not going to be able to get that pre-flip to go, and midfield demoed. It's the first real possession for Ontario.
Ooh, nice flick there by Kazarai for a little bit of follow-up, but can't get it center. Still the 50-50 is one off the backboard. Virus in a tough spot, but they can't make the play. Pepper neither. And will get away. Ontario Tech trying to stay on the offensive side. I like this idea off the back wall. The redirect chance was there. Vanilla Rain had the respect for it, though. And again, too much pressure for the offender. I don't believe they had a chance of that one. Virus double tap. That one's completely free back the other way. A counterattack for goal number one.
And I do like this pressure, the immediate challenges from a lot of these players. The issue is that Virus knows exactly what their plan was as soon as they took off the back wall. They just have to beat that first challenging defender, and then everyone else on the back foot is not really going to be able to react. They're going to have to hope that the shot is off target, and Virus will not oblige.
An easy lead for them. Will they be able to keep it? It's the real question. Oh, that miss off the back. Yep, that's going to be a free one for Kazarai. No backup available there for Vanilla Rain. Just in the low left corner. I guess, this is a good way to respond. But how many times is it now that we've seen this kind of simple goal for Ontario Tech? Doesn't really feel particularly earned in this situation. Of course, you do have to be there. You do have to recognize the chance for the punishment and capitalize on the error. But generally speaking, it's not as much effort as you could possibly expect to put it in against an a Waterloo Tech, a team that is putting on one of their best shows.
Yeah, I mean, there still is those elements of skill that are, I think, sometimes go underappreciated, and touches like that are a perfect example. That's a goal line save from Waterloo. Guys are going to have to go and steal that corner boost, which will elongate the offense. Maybe a double tap on the follow-through as well. So as fancy as Waterloo has looked at time, Ontario Tech giving everyone a reminder, no, we've been able to stay in this league, get some victories as well. We can certainly hang in there with the best of them. Sad Destroy can't get that on target, and shots are getting pelted left and right across the goal, but finding the back of the net quite yet. Still 1-1, but I would say a good between-game adjustment from 1-2 from Ontario.
I would definitely agree. It feels like things are starting to shape up a little bit for them, but they still can't quite find the lead, and that last offensive looks an awful lot like perhaps they should have it, but that, of course, was not meant to be. Virus, though, going to be beat in every sense of the word here by Pepper PK in the midfield and had no backup.
That is perfect communication in my opinion. Sad Destroy, if I'm Virus, I'm looking at Sad Destroy turning away. Oh, they're not going to go for the ball. And then as soon as they turn away, Pepper PK flies through from the backfield, completely off camera, behind a name tag, what have you, and puts that into the open net. It looks simple, but it's a form of misdirect. It all comes at the back of Ontario Tech having that good communication to make sure there's no double commits.
Absolutely. That was the one big thing that I really harped on in that last game. Didn't seem to actually punish them that often, surprisingly enough. But it's still a critical mistake that you can fix. It just frees up your action economy, and they're not able to free it up just enough here to defend away. Finds a spot on the backboard, and Go Rocks will put in number 2.
That's we talk about with penalties, that one errant clear suddenly turns into a ball right through the middle. Gorox is going to be able to do what they do best, put that into a dangerous position, and even with a save attempt, it's not enough to keep it out. We're at halftime, and this even game continues evening on as we're right back to dead even. And honestly, this could swing either way. It's just really going to have to come down to execution. That could be a dangerous one on the breakaway, but Kaz is there just in time. Virus back in the middle, and Sad Destroy will roll that right up the mid.
And again, I'm not a fan of this time that's being granted to Waterloo. And there you go. I mean, if Pepper, I appreciate that you got a good spot, but you have to make a decision. Are you going to go to the back post, or are you going to try and block that one in the mid? If you find yourself in no man's land like that, you're just going to get maneuvered around. It's going to give Gorox a chance to serve that one up to Virus, as you see right there. Hopefully, they take that one to heart, put that in the notebook, and be like, okay, all right, next time, engage in the neutral. At least do something. Force the opponent into a bit of an awkward spot. Of course, having your defense set behind you would certainly be a nice asset if you are going to try and force that one out in the mid. They're going to have to do something here. Nice touch down, and it will be stopped. Bit of a cautionary tale on that play. They had to dive out in front of that one pretty heavily. I believe it was Sad Destroy who blocked out Gorox on that passing play. Nice touch here from Kazir Life, right down to Sad Destroy. Once again, a little bit of a lackluster touch, but they will find some zone time off of it, of course. Spare the demolition. Pepper PK, no contact. They'll touch this one onto the sidewall yet again. Getting a little bit desperate for that possession there. Now it might compromise their defense. Pepper PK once again, no contact on the back end. You can see the respect from the Warriors, though. They understand the defense can be a very real threat, and of course, they don't have to overcommit. They've got the lead here with less than 90 seconds to go.
Gorox is trying to play keep away at this point. It's about clock management as much as it is trying to make sure the defense holds tight, and they can't be allowing stuff like that. That would produce a double commit from the late challenge. Pepper PK not going to get that one off. Gorox will. It's off target just barely, and they're going to be thinking they're lucky stars. That's not 4.
Absolutely. Talked about the accuracy in the last game. I'm not sure if that exactly falls under the same category. It was relatively heavily contested on that one. This, another double commit for Ontario Tech. Not really going to be punishing, though. They do accomplish their objective quite well. They even have a little bit of extra time in the corner I think they would have anticipated. Vanilla Rain now blocked out. They look pretty good in terms of zone time. They still have to get this final shot on target. That was almost it. Vanilla Rain, though. Again with the read, well positioned in the midfield. Going to be able to transition down in tandem with Virus. Still out in the wing. It's Pepper PK shutting it down rather easily. Final 30 seconds now. Ontario only moments away from being down 0-2 in this series.
Another double commit coming out from Waterloo. So as much as in control they've looked at this game, there's still those tiny moments where they're not entirely sure on who has those reads. And I think that's something Ontario's really going to have to build off of, and say that in the future tense, because I don't know if they're able to do this from coast to coast. They do have some time. Sad Destroy with a 50. Kazir has given it some faith. That's a nice lob. Does Virus have the read? They do. Sad Destroy needs to find a teammate, and they'll be able to find Pepper PK. And they combine one more time. It appears no. Waterloo escaping again with a game victory. They'll move on to series point.
But you say that, and it feels like the most appropriate way to describe that, right? Is that Waterloo escaped with a victory. Because I feel like if you gave a little bit more time for this one, it could easily have become a goal for. Although, I have to admit yet again, I wasn't terribly impressed with the offense here from Ontario Tech. Sure, they looked good on occasion, but more often than not, it was this wayward touch on the defensive side, on the side of Waterloo, that ended up netting an opportunity for Ontario Tech in the first place. And of course, they did have some good passes through the mid, but more often than not, they were shut down by the defense, and then they get transitioned downfield, and Waterloo look just a little bit more impactful when they get out onto the attacking half. So I think, game 1 to game 2, it was reduce double commits, make sure that you're closing the gap on defense. Game 2 to game 3 now, make your offense more effective. Try to enhance your rotation. Maybe pick up a demolition here or there, so that way you can actually open up these passing lanes, because it seems like that's their number one, opportunity to score right now, is trying to use those passing lanes, but they're getting blocked out every single time.
And we're seeing improvement game to game from Ontario Tech. They're not quite there yet, and the issue is that this is not a best of 7 where you can continue to implement that and then start to really get results. You need to get them right now, and part of that does start with making sure that offense has some elongated presence in the attacking third. That's not the best touch from Gorox, but able to get the follow-up through. And combined with Vanilla Rain, that's going to be lobbed definitely into the middle, but Sad Destroy, they're going to power right through that challenge. Kaz is going to be on the immediate follow. Their tiny touch quite going to settle in the way that they want to. A lot of pandemonium here back in the orange corner, but no results yet as Sad Destroy tries to get that hit, but it's going to float back out to mid.
So good contact though from Pepper PK. You can see how it forces Vanilla Rain into the air. Now a bit of a neutral ball. Has just enough contact to keep this one competitive, but Virus will find the clearance inevitably. Almost with a double tap. Has Vanilla Rain as a backup though, and that'll be goal number 1 again to the Warriors.
Vanilla Rain is really having a downpour on offense from Waterloo, but this is really the first time they've really gotten on the board. They've been the facilitator, so it's nice to see them being opportunistic in the midfield. And all comes from just regular challenges in the midfield, slowly wearing down the defense, and eventually everyone is too far up. It's why to really choose your battles wisely. Sometimes it's fine to lose out on a challenge, leave something uncontested if it allows you to get the more important, the more dangerous follow-up under wraps. And Ontario Tech is still somewhat struggling with Waterloo. Not razor sharp either on some of these touches, but at the very least they are getting the clears when they need to. Speaking of, there's another one all the way back down.
And you mentioned making the clears when they need to. It also feels like, in general, when they play, when they engage in the neutral, even when they lose, generally speaking, they have somebody to back up that play. They're able to safely, moreover, I guess, you know, it's kind of a dicey situation sometimes. We've seen it open that here or there. But generally speaking, they're able to safely transition back on a defense after losing a neutral engagement. It's not something that you see particularly commonly on the Ontario Tech side, as right here, a nice pass will almost find its way out to GoRox going into the net, but a bit of proactivity saw that one out. Virus, another double tap chance. It was just away. Still back in the mid here, though. You can see the kind of pressure that is applied by the Warriors. Even individual players are able to bring so much heat against the opposing net. Vanilla Rain towards the mid. I think GoRox may have gotten a little bit over-aggressive on that one. I saw the shot angle there from Vanilla Rain's perspective. It looks like as good as free at that point. They're going to have another shot here. Off the backboard, Vanilla Rain down. Blocked away by Sad Destroy. What a read on the double tap. Well, they're going to have to get some boost control fast because they are in a real pickle.
It is. If you look at this rotation from a zoomed out perspective, it looks like Waterloo's just ball chasing, but it's all controlled. Everyone's spread out. There's zonal coverage everywhere there needs to be, and it has to be so incredibly annoying if you're Ontario Tech. This ball has not crossed the half-field line in a while, and eventually, when you're trapped in your own box, something's going to bust.
And a smoke screen here following the bump. You could not ask for a more difficult play because if you're Pepper PK at that point, there's no way to see Virus coming in for that ball. You just have to challenge it where you think is going to be the most efficient point of contact, and you end up getting beat out. There's literally no chance that you can actually see that play developing actively. Vanilla Rain, easy beat around Pepper here, and GoRox going to finish that one up. I mean, that's pretty much just janitorial duties at that point.
That's such a smart play by Vanilla Rain. I love everything about it. And to be honest, a little bit criminal that GoRox is going to collect that goal because not only does Vanilla Rain fake out the hit by hitting it around the first player, but then baits in the third defender to flick it around them and then put it right on target. It's a brilliant play for 3-0, and that just shows how dangerous Waterloo is. That 5-1 record is partially due to the ability to do that. Get a couple chances and then just slowly bury them and carry that momentum forward.
Ooh, nice pass here. Vanilla Rain maybe get a little bit too eager on that one. At this point, I almost wonder if they're just trying to play for this immense amount of pressure right now. Just oppress the opposition with the amount of offense you can bring to the table, the possession for them. Seems like that is exactly what they're looking for. Vanilla Rain out of the corner here. No contact on that one, but almost falls to GoRox. I mean, even with 0 boost, still able to make an effective challenge there. Virus picks up a boost in the corner. Is able to effectively navigate Pepper now as this forces the demo. There's nothing about this Warriors offense, this Warriors defense so far in this Game 3 that has been lackluster to me. I feel like for Ontario Tech even, we talked about the fact that they cleaned up the double commits. Okay, great. But still, they are just getting beat out in pretty much every facet of this game.
That's really what happens when you do play a team with so many accolades. Just looking at the titles alone on their player cards, I mean, there's a lot of glowing high-level titles. But beyond that, Waterloo has been an institution in Rocket League for a while. Granted, we've talked about how they've had mixed success actually getting into main event, but that's not necessarily saying much considering how good Collegiate Rocket League has gotten lately. They've always been on the outside looking in, but I think this is a perfect example of why you have to keep an eye on them because they're just so incredibly deadly. And Very intelligent on these reads. Gorok's perfectly baiting in that one, and not for the post. That could be number 4.
At this point, that's just going to be a little bit of extra. Vanilla Rain's looking for it, and they will find it. Over on the left-hand side, no defense available. I don't necessarily blame Ontario Tech, though, at this point. They're just trying to get out to that challenge. They know that their chances of this series rest on the fate of that midfield play, and they're unable to make it. Therefore, 30 seconds to go here. Pretty much everything's set in stone. Waterloo. Taco, we got to start thinking about who we're going to see on the interview post-mortem. And I kind of want to get your thoughts here. Who do you think was the primary contributor in this game? Because it feels like you could make a very good case for just about any one of them. But I think for me personally, I'd have to narrow it down to either Virus or Vanilla Rain. So give me your thoughts. What are you thinking?
I'd say it's kind of interesting to think about because I really like the mechanical play of Virus, and I especially like how they've been manipulating the ball around the field. So I'd probably have to go with them just to see what is the strategy for this. Are they just trying to mechanically flexecute? Because that apparently is what it looks like, as well as Ontario's looked better and better in game 1 and 2. I think it was just overwhelming force here in game number 5 that's able to go through. Is actually, I believe, that might be an own goal. Unfortunately, that is going to go through. But hey, it's all stats at the end of the day. Good job from Waterloo being able to get that victory and move on to 6-1 on the season.
Yeah, conversely, Ontario Tech with this loss 3-3 now. We talked about playoff implications here. Generally speaking, when you see those top 1 or 2 teams make it out of their division, top 1, 2, maybe even 3 teams, when they make it out of the division, generally speaking, they only have 1 or 2 losses. So this is going to be disheartening for Ontario Tech, but of course, you know, they put up a reasonable fight here. There were multiple chances in that series where I was thinking to myself, like, okay, yeah, this seems like it can be a playable, you know, a competitive game here or there. But of course, the Warriors, they close it out. And that is kind of the deal, right? You know, you kind of get this with the top teams is they try to test the waters just a little bit, and then once they realize, okay, I think we've got this dialed in, they really go for it, and I think that's what we saw out of the Waterloo Warriors here. Nothing out of the ordinary in this game style. Vanilla Rain, I mean, coming away with this game, 100% goal participation, 3 goals, 2 assists. The last one was an own goal, so take that as you will. So, you know, MVP for this game, but I think that we are going to be going with Virus. The interview not quite set just yet, but I'm looking forward to talking to him and seeing a little bit into the mind there because, of course, we talked about how much the Waterloo Warriors have been changing up their roster over time with GoRox being the mainstay. I'm curious to kind of like delve into the mind of one of the newcomers.
Yeah, and it's certainly going to be something interesting to see because that's always something that I'm also really interested in is that you mentioned Waterloo had been around for a while, but that's also the more amazing thing is you think about how many high-level players there are in terms of the percentage of all players who play Rocket League, how many are in college, how many can go to the same college, and sometimes that's just exactly what teams like Waterloo can do. They can just consistently recruit those quality players and get that all the way through. As we're looking to talk to Virus, I'm actually kind of curious to see about their process being able to get into that, because we are going to be able to interview them as LS Hero of the Game because LS is making an impact in the cancer community, which includes 14-year-old Nick. As a child, Nick was completely healthy, played baseball, got straight A's, and was rarely sick. That all came to a screeching halt in January 2018 when he heard 3 terrible words: "You have cancer." Nick embarked on a long road of chemo and radiation therapies, and 6 months later, heard 3 amazing words: "You're in remission." So while the treatment left Nick with some long-term side effects, he feels healthy again and is thankful for the support of LS through their funding of new drugs that aim to reduce those long-term side effects. Today, Nick is grateful to share his story with others, still loves playing baseball, and enjoys playing MLB The Show on the free time. Alongside our hero Nick, we recognize the LS Hero of the Game as the player that made the biggest impact in a match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or they provided strong leadership when it mattered most. Today's LS Hero of the Game is the player that I really wanted to talk to, Virus, coming to us from University of Waterloo. Virus, thanks for joining us. Good job on that victory.
Yo, thank you.
So yeah, getting into the rest of it is we were talking about how it looked a little shaky at the beginning, but you guys really warmed up down the stretch. Do you tend to have that strategy with some of the games where you try to have the feeling out period in the beginning before you really get into the meat of things?
Yeah, sometimes like we come in kind of cold because we won't have any warm up. Like we'll get on like maybe 10, 15-ish minutes before, just have like pretty much 15 minutes of free play, and then we have to go right into a game. So it's us just kind of like getting used to just playing like not solo queue and just like playing together. It's just kind of warming up.
Well, I gotta be honest, that sounds a heck of a lot like a UCF Knights roster from fall 2022 after we talked to them. They said that they kind of had the same strategy. But I am curious to know, obviously with GoRox having been here for so long, I'm kind of wanting to know. You and, of course, your teammate Vanilla Rain, you guys are just a little bit newer. But coming onto this team, it seems like you mesh pretty well, and you kind of moved into that striker slash playmaker role. I'm curious if you have any like set defined strategy in that regard, or if GoRox is just there for kind of a leadership. What's going on behind the scenes there?
Um, Golrox like typically plays more of a third man, so it kind of like fits me and Rain as well, especially because I'm more aggressive. So it kind of like it's not really planned or anything. We kind of just like slot in together, if that makes sense, and it works out very well in a lot of situations.
And when we're looking at University of Waterloo, and you guys have been competing for a while at, I would say, right at the bubble tier of collegiate play, where there's a lot of larger events that you guys go pretty far in regardless. And so I want to know, like, in this new season with this new strategy you're coming up with, or you're trying to play with this new roster, do you think this is a season, at least within the CSL season, looking forward, that you guys have that potential to make that very deep run?
Yeah, we've been working actually like really hard, like not even like on the pitch, like just by ourselves, like looking at replays and like seeing what we can do as a team and improve together. Uh, and I really think that the work is starting to pay off because we only started doing all this like a few months ago, and we're starting to see, or at least me personally in our team, we're starting to see really good improvements over the past few weeks, and I think we'll have a really good trend upwards, and I think we can do good.
I mean, for me personally, then, looking forward, I got to ask, of course, are there any teams that you're potentially looking forward to that might be just a little bit scary? Because obviously you've already sustained one loss this season, but you can kind of brush that one under the rug. Just making it out to the playoffs is going to be pretty important. But if you do make it there, is there anybody in particular that you're looking forward to competing, or perhaps are hoping you don't have to meet in the bracket?
Um, I really like playing against St. Clair Gold. They're pretty solid. I know a lot of the players on them, like they're pretty high level. I don't particularly know who else is not in our bracket because I haven't actually looked at it all too much. But there's like a lot of like you said, like low CS, like CRL bubble teams, maybe even like bubble or like the league play teams. Like a lot of those ones, I always look forward to playing with them because I just know it's gonna be like kind of high competition and really fun to play.
Excellent. So you're excited to play teams? There's not anyone you're fearful of. Thanks so much for sitting down with this virus. Anyone you
Yeah.
want to shout out before we let you get back to the rest of your day?
Just my team, they're all insane and they let me play the game, unlike my solo queue teammates.
There it is. There's the hard truth that we're looking for. Virus, thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you.
Squid. Lovely to see it.
Yes.
Solo queue teammates, the bane of his existence, but
Truer
he's got
words.
two wonderful teammates, and they're getting some wonderful victories, and they're going to continue on with their dominance in their region for Canada.
Yeah, truer words have never been spoken. I gotta say, I think the same way. Of course, I also am probably, one of those solo queue teammates. But I'm not really a Rocket League gamer anymore. I just kind of come out here and talk about cardball on occasion. But 3-0 there for Waterloo. Again, I feel pretty confident in this team. And, of course, the leadership that GoRox, the leadership and experience that he brings to the table is very valuable. But, of course, he knows when he can slot into that third-man role. It's very nice to see Virus and Vanilla Rain be able to extend out there and really express themselves. And when you get teams that are greater than the sum of their parts, then that is when you get the true greats. You get teams like the Akron Zips. You get teams like the Ohio State Beans, who took down league leader UCF not so long ago in a very surprising 5-game series. So it might be another one of those stories, and I'd be very excited to see it.
Yeah, but there's plenty of stories that left to be told within today, at the very least, because we do have a Rocket League with Overwatch followed up. But we have our second match of the day coming up between West Virginia University and Western Kentucky University. So we'll be right back with that match after this break.
Welcome back, everybody, to NACE Starleague. We're here ready with Series 2. Once again, I'm Squid, joined by Danger Taco, and we got our next matchup on the way here. It's West Virginia Blue versus Western Kentucky University. And I gotta say, Taco, I'm looking at these rosters, and already, you know, we're in the lobby, so we don't even have the rosters up for you guys yet. But I'm looking at the rosters here, and I am actually relatively excited about what we're seeing here. It's not exactly what we thought it was going to be, but it still is looking up here.
It really is. And of course, before we get into that game, we have to make sure that we're giving thanks to all the wonderful people that make it possible. Of course, behind the scenes things we casters are lucky enough to talk about. Of course, we do have sponsors like AMD, making sure that we can bring all of this wonderful collegiate action to you. It's performance through your game and rule the league. We're so excited to have AMD as the official graphics card of the NACE Starleague that is introducing the AMD Radeon RX 6000 series graphics card, including the breakthrough AMD RDNA 2 architecture. It's engineered to deliver the ultra-high performance, ultra-high resolution, visually stunning gaming for all. With AMD, NACE Starleague are powering the next generation of gaming. You can go and check them out at amd.com. I'm an AMD fan myself. I got AMD components in the PC that I'm doing right now to help out broadcast with this. So it's a good job to have them right alongside us in the booth, like spiritually powering this broadcast.
Yeah, I suppose so. If that's how. I mean, here's the thing: is like right now, the data that is being sent out from your PC is like being impacted by AMD hardware. So you would not be out here on the stream if not for that hardware. Think about that. No.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing. And neither would these players. With some of them, I'm sure plenty of them have AMD components, but at least going into the pivot, the flawless, the seamless pivot into West Virginia versus Western Kentucky. I mean, this is going to be a matchup that is very high stakes because we are moving from the Canada East section into Southeast 1. And this is League Play Week 7. We're really getting down to the wire, and these are two of the top teams in that division.
I gotta say here, I'm looking at this Western Kentucky roster, and this is like the most standard like team, like as far as like the names go. Avery, Joe, and Pat. Like these are literally just the names of people
that are all names.
These are just the names of people. Are we sure these are the actual gamer tags? Of course, though, on the West Virginia side, you know, 6-0 Magic, Pop and Panda, and Knight. We actually know these players relatively, at least I should hope, Taco. These are names that I've seen around the scene. I won't necessarily say that they are absolute top level players, but I am aware of their presence. So as far as that goes, West Virginia, I'm looking forward to seeing how they perform. Of course, though, Western Kentucky with that 5-1 record, everything is still up in the air here. So the match ready to go. I think all that really left to be seen is how the players perform.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to come down to who can pop off the most, because we do have a very basically named team in Western Kentucky, but at the end of the day, that doesn't really mean anything, because I'm sure they're flashy as all heck, because they got that 5-1 record, but they're playing against West Virginia, trying to keep undefeated streak alive. Game number 1 is here. We got one more best of 5 here on the day for NACE Starleague, and really getting into those high-stakes matchups that I love so much about these late-season games.
We'll see how things play out here. Of course, West Virginia going to be over in the blue side. Appropriate for West Virginia Blue to be on the blue end. See how things pan out there. Already one shot on either side. Magic looking for something fancy here. But I feel like trying to go for these ceiling shots early on may not necessarily be the play. I would personally be dipping my toe in the water to see how things pan out on the neutral third. Of course, Western Kentucky almost getting a shot opportunity on that one. They didn't have a re in the mid, though, so they will continue pressing forward. This one off the back wall, just letting Magic hit that one out, and a demolition. Avery, a good stoppage out in front. I like that 50-50 against Knight, just trying to keep things in the zone as they get their third back into the mix.
Not getting the clear they need, so they need Pop and Panda to pop in and provide his contribution, and doing even more than that, the nice setup to Magic, and Pat will be able to read it just in time. Demos in the midfield already coming through, this time actually being used in a defensive manner from West Virginia. I always am a huge fan of that. If you do linger a player out in the midfield as I'm rotating back, I'm definitely going to be a fan of ramming right through you and taking off the field.
Well and truly. I mean, one of the best things that you can really do in this game is if you can't make an impact on the ball directly, taking an opposing player out of the play is usually going to be up there on your priorities list. Of course, it didn't really have any impacts that time. It may yet here. Joe now going to be the victim of Knight's from bumper. This one's still cleared Into their corner, no contact there off the back wall. Avery with a backflip, that doesn't look so good, and now loads of space, and Knight will clean it up. That's 1-0 over to Western Virginia.
Despite all that, it seemed like Western Kentucky was in a good position, but try as they might, Avery can only look and watch as Knight is able to overpower them into the net for that first goal, and just comes on the back of West Virginia rather, being able to put some repeated shots over top the backboard, exhaust the boost reserves, and eventually just can't get those reads off in time.
Let's see if there's a response, though. Not exactly sure what that was in the midfield, but hey, always a good way to engage the neutralized post. Force challenge there from Pat did inevitably provide some possession now for Western Kentucky. They're not able to put a shot on target, and of course, as I say it, Pat through the mid. Bit unorthodox on this approach, but they still make it work.
Physical play there. Look at Joe trying to get Knight to jump for it, and then Magic has to kind of contend with their teammate for that clear. Everyone is really completely pushed out of the midfield, so it allows a nice clean shot from Western Kentucky, getting on the board and right back to an even score line. Exactly what we'd expect from two of the top teams in the division, going blow for blow and sending out the whole house on some of these reads. Double commit right off kickoff for the intricate start, and apparently it's going to work because they'll have some possession through the corner.
Ooh. Shot chance as well, Avery. Ooh, probably not what they wanted. Still the set down, though, does allow for that back pass over to Joe. They're looking for something on this play. They'll force Pop and Panda to dive out in front. Avery still for the follow-up, looking towards the backboard. Won't find anything out of it. You can see how they're forcing West Virginia into action more often than not. It's not necessarily a great look, but it's certainly a good look from the Western Kentucky offense. Trying to force the defense into using a lot of their boost, making these expenditures and waiting for a potential mistake to be made. Oh, nice fake there by Avery. A slow play should allow them to move out into the offensive. Joe, just not enough boost to get that one out to a teammate. And we'll see them moved back onto the defense. And you can see this really intricate game in the midfield. Again, Joe is there to block out that shot from the Knight. It seems like a lot of raw option coverage at this point, just forcing your opponent to give away the ball into a spot where you can make an easy play on it.
Yeah, just like this one, right into the ceiling, and that needed a quick challenge from Joe because Knight was lurking, and they're still in the mix of things. The tidy pop Pat with the backward flip through the 50. That will keep their goal line clear. They have a chance to break out now. Avery into Joe. Knight awkwardly placed because that's going to follow up with Pat on a shot. Knight, try as they might, it's going to get in the way of their second player. That's going to be a brutal way to give up a second.
Yeah, well, I think it kind of goes without saying, but not a particular fan of this one. This is the second time that we've seen now a clearance directly out into the middle of the field be punished by Western Kentucky and be punished by Pat, as fate would have it. You simply cannot afford to be throwing these balls straight downfield. If you're going to make a clearance, you have to make sure it's not being put into a threatening position. And unfortunately, when you throw it right down the middle, it means that your opponent's going to have a heck of a lot to shoot at in terms of shot placement. So I can't say I'm a particular fan. West Virginia now at the deficit for the first time in this series. We'll see if they can perform in the clutch. Pop and Panda out of the corner, not much boost to work with here. We'll get past one. Does force Pat to defer on this one. I love the physical play as well. Magic taking it slow off the backboard. And they're missing Pop and Panda, but Knight's there for the follow-up. And there's no rotation to the back post. It's 2-2.
I really do like this one, particularly because Magic slows it down to get a better 50. Pat would have 100% blocked that if they went immediately, and it's a game awareness like that, that even in those tiny challenges, those micro adjustments in the midfield, it doesn't seem to add too much, but they can build up into a fantastic final product. 2-2 with 30 seconds to go, and maybe off kickoff. That might not be tied for long. Pop and Panda just getting the tuck over the defender, and the comeback has come out of nowhere.
Well and truly, I mean, this off the face-off is basically the last thing you want to see. And you can tell that the defender there, the last man back, you're going to be panicking on that one just a little bit. I don't care who you are. Finding yourself in that 1v1 against Pop and Panda is the last thing that you expected. It's the last thing that you want. They might even get another tie game here. Pat with the shot on. It's just too high. And a team effort there from West Virginia. We'll see it out, but only temporarily. Bit of a drop back into the mid. Forces two players yet again out of the corner. Like this play from Avery, taking it slow over top of two. Pinch towards the mid. Pat just denied. There's still a chance, though. Joe is in the area. Not able to beat out Magic with this one. And Pop and Panda, a massive clear which will send it almost to the bank. We still continue to play. No time left on the clock. Knight trying to set it down here. Take this dub for West Virginia, but it's a clearance out now. And Avery cannot keep it up. Oh, it looks so good, so promising for just a moment. But West Virginia will take this series.
And that is well defended from them, because I can't say you could do much better at 0 seconds at Western Kentucky on that last play across. Avery beats out one, air dribbles a second, and then pinches it to the back post, and they still are able to save it. West Virginia, well-deserved victory, but neck and neck all throughout.
Yeah, and do excuse that. Of course, they don't take the series. They take game one. But the series of events that transpired certainly was something to write home about, because, I mean, the face-off goal, it felt a little bit, unconvincing for Western Kentucky. Of course, you do beat out a player in the 1v1, so you got to hand it to it for the mechanical play on the side of West Virginia, but simultaneously, you feel a little bit cheated because you never had a chance to define your rotation and really contest it in a meaningful way. So, moving to game two, perhaps it's just a little bit of a weight on your chest. Perhaps they have a specific game plan in mind to counter here against West Virginia, but it feels like, again, returning to this game, there was a massive amount of it that was being fought in the neutral third, basically just trying to take control of the ball initially on the challenge. See if you can get out into the offense and then make something happen from there. Maybe the physical plays will become a little bit more prominent, though. Knight instantaneously looking for a little bit of action when it comes to playing bumper to bumper.
We'll really have to see what Magic has to be able to do with Knight, because I really have liked how West Virginia has combined with each other, but it's really Western Kentucky that I would say have been the true pioneers of really the team play. All their touches have been really not necessarily formulaic. It's always a new combination. They're always trying something interesting, and I think it is only a matter of time until they start finding more success, because at least for me, I don't think West Virginia was dealing with the ball all too well, especially because how can you predict this touch from Joe? It's so delicate, but oh so deadly.
And it is, and oh my goodness, the second and the third right there. You can see how Knight was starting to creep up, because they see the second contact and they're like, okay, that's going to be the end of the little shenanigans on the sidewall, truly, right? Nope. Somehow, just another one comes out of nowhere, and Knight is completely fooled. With no backup, leaves it completely open for Pat, who's been doing a heck of a job on janitorial duty. I believe that's all 3 goals now scored for Western Kentucky have been to the name of Pat. So, well done there, good sir, but there's still a lot of series to be played here. They're going to need at least one more if they want to take it. At least a couple more at that, excuse me. West Virginia already got that game 1 under their belt. Looking for number 1 in this game. It will be cleared away. No contact there from Knight. A little bit shaky on the defensive side. Joe up in the air for this one. We'll toss that one well wide of the net, though. Sent back onto the defensive potentially. Another miss there from Knight. It's a couple in succession. Hopefully that's going to be the end of those. And what an angle here. No, Pat's there to touch it away. Poppin' Panda off the crossbar and almost in.
Yeah, that's a heck of an angle, but doesn't really matter, because on the follow-through, it seems like Magic and Knight can do it all themselves. Rejected by Pat. Poppin' Panda keeping it interesting. It's another save off the backboard. Magic to Knight, and again, Pat will be in the way. Defense keeping this one at 1-0 for Western Kentucky, and with a send downfield, might have an attack, but unfortunately going to get away from them, and here comes West Virginia off the middle. Poppin' Panda pops one on target, but well saved again. We're right back out to midfield.
The names may be simple, but the gameplay is certainly extraordinary. Pat, especially on the back end. Oh, that play, though, by Poppin' Panda. Good luck trying to make a save on that one. You're trying to play for that shot to the close corner, and they just snake it around you on the sidewall. You can't blame Joe for that one too hard.
And that's a brilliant play. It's exactly what you need to do, because when you are encroaching on goal, when you're getting right down into the nitty-gritty of the attacking third, really, the players on defense have to start making guesses if they're not immediately having those reads. And on that one, I don't blame them for guarding the shot. Poppin' Panda knows that is most likely what the defender's going to do, and very intelligently puts that one just around him to an immediate double tap and slaps that one into the open net. Really smart play, and it's a well-deserved equalizer.
So half the game to be played as well. So nothing decided here in game 2. That's a wonderful fake, and now lots of jeopardy here for Knight. They are not going to be able to make that play. In the 2v1, the lead blocker going to be just enough to see that one through.
One of my favorite things to see when players are getting involved on the breakaway. One player gets beat, and then instead of the second player just lurking to the sideline, waiting for a pass, playing a more intricate playstyle, they realize, you know what, it's 2-on-1, why don't we just send the lead blocker? And really, it's such a difficult task to be able to avoid that and get a save, and that shows exactly why. They're sent all the way to the sideline, and Western Kentucky able to get that lead, but for how much longer? Poppin' Panda gets the infield, but that time Avery had other options up their sleeve.
Just a little bit too telegraphed on the defensive side. As much as I do like the pass, it feels like something you would try to use in a bit less of a completely raw situation right there. Well, they might look for something here. Magic to the backboard. This one will fall out to the sidewall now. It could still be playable here for West Virginia, but its control looks a lot too intimate for Kentucky. Of course, they say that Magic is going to beat out Joe to this ball. Pat out of the corner. Round one. Not around Knight, just takes that challenge directly. It looked like it was almost on target there for a second. Avery has to play this one way up high. No secondary contact. Magic for a double tap, potentially the dunk. No, not quite there. It feels like luck is just not on their side at the moment. They'll look for a flip reset here. Knight way down low off the backboard, and there is Poppin' Panda for that follow. What a challenge here, out of the corner by Knight.
Where'd they find this confidence? That started with a Magic pre-jump into a denied double tap. Then Knight goes in for a flip reset underneath the defender, tucks it past a second, and Poppin' Panda, they just have the simplest job of all. They're just setting things up on the goal line and knocking them down.
75 seconds to go, still no leader. This is a similar story to the last time. Well, save for the part where West Virginia... Oh, wait a second, Avery! Okay, all right, just a little bit more boost. That could have been a goal. That was a bit silly out in front of the blue net. And will not find anything out of it. Poppin' Panda looking for a demo there against Joe. Let's get beaten out. Out of the side, Avery. No secondary contact. Knight for the shot on target. Just a little bit too simple, and the dunk's not there. Pat with the savior medal now, too. Go for that one and completely missed. It looks like it was a fake, though. Avery very well set for it. Essentially just looking for options upfield. I wouldn't blame them for that. Another simple shot here by Magic. There's a lot of testing the water going on right now about West Virginia. It feels like every time they go for this ball, if they are able to win it, that they'll be able to set up some sort of meaningful offense. Of course, that's not to say Western Kentucky isn't in a similar situation, but it feels like more often than not, the shots levied against the target are in favor of West Virginia. This is the first time I looked at the scoreboard. It is 13-3. It looks like a little bit of a good hunch there on my part.
Yeah, I have something about that. That's that raw game sense we're talking about from you, and it's going to continue. It's just something about your awareness there, Squid. You just felt it coming. You know this shot was about to happen, and Poppin' Panda in the thick of it as always, nearly shooting 50% with a hat trick to lead the way.
12 seconds to go as well. This looks like it might be a solid game 2 win. Looking at the sweep are West Virginia, but they've got to close it out still. As Joe looks towards the net. That one's so easily denied, though, by Magic. They can't afford to panic here. Pat with the pop-up, but there's going to be nobody in the zone. Fairly easy game 2 win there for West Virginia. And of course, I say fairly easy. The scoreline does not exactly betray that. And as I was talking about before, 14 shots in total at the end of this game for West Virginia in comparison to 3 from Western Kentucky. And it feels a little bit odd to say that it was a 3-2 game after looking at this.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit difficult to see when we are looking through all these different shots, and even though the game is close, I would say partially it could be because Western Virginia just isn't finishing as much, but there's still a decent number of saves that are coming through from Western Kentucky, so everything looks clean from them. They're actually able to get the plays that they need to hang in there, and honestly, that's all you really need to do. Problem is that there's been a couple of plays, as you mentioned, Avery had a little bit more boost. That might be a goal, but the first point, you just got to make sure those chances count. You can't just have a flubbed air dribble in front of the net and hope for the best. I would like something a bit more high percentage on them to be able to get the attack and then maintain it with boost control, boost steals, bumps, whatever might have you.
Yeah, and I was just thinking the exact same thing. I feel like the bump play might be something to expect out of Western Kentucky moving forward here, because we saw the one play, of course, they had the lead blocker downfield, but that's a pretty obvious one. I feel like a 3-year-old could really come up with that play. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves here. It's the simplest solution, is just to take the defender out of the net with the person who's not handling the ball. But I do feel like, starting to rotate through the opposing backline may net you quite a few different opportunities, if not at least boost control and the chance for a sustained offensive. So, with 5 fresh minutes on the clock here, Game 3, it's not looking so good for Western Kentucky, but it's not looking so bad either. It's certainly not as bad of a situation as we have seen in some 2-0 scenarios.
It's really up to them to make sure that they actually have that ice to close it out, because I really have liked how they've looked at times. Just the issue is I think Western Virginia look a bit more organized in terms of just setting up those plays and not only getting a ball into a position, but they're not risking much because the ball is so close to the goal line. They're not sending player just to pressure. They're only being able to push up as far as they need to be able to make the defense panic.
Seems like they're doing just a good enough job. What in the world? Okay, I gotta be honest. I'm not a particular fan here. What happened on the goal line? I'm looking at Pat's cam. They had loads of boosts. They could have tried to make a... I mean, even look for the perspective. They tried to recover there. That maybe fell off the post a little bit. They might have been able to make a touch. And it probably wouldn't have been optimal. So I do understand trying to wait for that one. Oh, what a demo here. Might get it back off the backboard. But Avery, oh my goodness. I thought that was going to be crossbarring away for a second. But they will make the play.
That would have been a punch in the gut for sure, because Pat did everything right on this play. Wins the 50, takes out the second guy, and then Avery just has to put it just past the fourth defender in the net, and they're able to do so. But I would have to say that the first goal that went against Western Kentucky, that is something I'm a bit concerned about. That goal comes because Knight comes from the blind side of the defender, but as he said, it's just taking too much time, and that can really be the death knell for so many teams, is that you don't need to reach every single ball immediately, but you can't just let a ball linger in front of your net and expect no challenge to ring through.
That's just Rocket League fundamentals. Pretty much the core of the game. And well played on Pat, of course, for picking up that demolition. It was something we talked about, rotating through the opposing backline. Perhaps not able to make the play by themselves, but opening up the avenue for Avery to have that open shot. And we'll pick up another demolition here in the mid. Just going to take Knight out of the play. No more impact at the midfield line. Avery for the pickup now has an option in the wing. Unable to do anything with the ball, though. Knight, huge flick over top of Joe. This could even provide an opportunity for some offense on the West Virginia side. Nice 50-50, though, by Pat. Keep things playable here. 90 seconds and some change gone in Game 3. And nothing is certain about this so far. Nice double coverage there. It looks like there was the potential for a demo from Knight, and nobody even considered that except for the West Virginia attackers. You could see that the flick was waiting on that potential physical play, but of course, had to take a bit of a lower percentage shot in the end.
Pat's going to try to take some possession, but that will get away from them. I actually really do like that touch from Avery because it forces Knight to rotate out, and Pat comes in eventually to set up Joe, but that's only ball chasing. There's no one at the third position in the midfield. Avery actually leaving this off the backboard and trusting Pat. I don't think they had the awareness for that one, and that's a brutal goal to give up.
I'm not a massive fan of that one, and Pat, of course, going for the pre-jump. It is understandable. You know, it's a tough angle to try and read exactly what the opponent's going to go for. They know that you're on the ground, so they might try to pull that one high, and they just made the improper read that time. Pop and Panda again off the face-off here. Not the first time we've seen them make a play like that. It will be denied. But still, for Western Kentucky, it feels like there have been a lot of communication moments where they're trying maybe a little bit too hard to play as a team, which is not something that we see terribly often at this level of play. They have been punished for it. Avery, oh boy, that one off the post. They will recover in time to make the save. A close call, well and truly on their goal line, but they'll keep it at 1.
And those goal line saves are so incredibly crucial, because if you can continue to make those, of course, keep the game close, but that's really the main issue last game, is that you can get a lot of saves, but make sure you can get forward on the end of it. For the most part, West Virginia has not been pressed back too often, but shown that they still do have that defensive quality. It's going to make them very tough to break through. West Virginia is still on track, rather, for that sweep, and plays like this, it's going to be so hard to deny them. Knight is forcing Joe to reach all the way to the ceiling, and actually maybe opening things up for Pat. That's a fantastic 50. Joe reaches for the shot, but Knight is back just in time for that goal line save yet again.
I mean, when you're back in a play with all 3 of your players, then you can expect it's going to start moving downfield, but it's going to free up a heck of a lot of the West Virginia defense to reposition and try to play for the outcome of that play. So, as much as I do like the idea, I'm not particularly a fan of reducing your number of options there. It makes it particularly readable in that regard. Clock is beginning to wind down fairly significantly here. In this game, quite dissimilar to what we saw in the last one. 5 shots on a side. With 1 minute remaining here, still nothing set in stone about this series in any way. But West Virginia are starting to close down the vice grip just a little bit. This one out in front, Magic, that was a key demo. They were really eyeballing that ball, looking to try and take a free shot. It will be cleared away now, but still, Western Kentucky, that's just a huge giveaway down to Magic onto the backboard, and a very dangerous ball. Avery had to rush back for that one. You can't afford to be giving those away at this point.
No, you really can't, but the thing is also from the squad on Western Kentucky is that they need to make sure they get back and get boost because they only have 1 or 2 tacks remaining in this game if they want to get back into it. Magic not making it easy with their own self-set-up read. Right straight down into Poppin' Panda. They're not going to get time tacked. That's Magic getting 50. Avery tried to wrap around it. They can't. Going to opt for the quarter read. Knight is going to hit it out, and Magic will demo the third. Might just do it if Western Virginia has the ice here right at the end. One more pop they're going to have to deal with, and it will stay up for Pat to chase. It's going to stay up. It's right in the middle for Joe, and Knight gets the rejection. What a play again on the goal line. Will be, in fact, another sweep on stream. Western Virginia stays perfect.
Oh my goodness, and Kentucky, oh, it hurts. Oh my god, it hurts, because they came so close so many times. They even outshot their opponents, and right there at the end, it was just, felt like inches from the goal line, and they were unable to pull it off in the end. So that is quite the disappointing result. I mean, they certainly put up a wonderful fight. More often than not, again, in the last game, they had a couple of opportunities where they made good on, right? They only had 3 shots at the end of the game. They put up 2. That's a 66% shooting accuracy, which is amazing. That is astoundingly good. And then here, they kept it 2-1. Game 1 was much a similar story. I believe it was 3-2 in that one as well, where they only lost in the dying moments. I mean, at this point, if you're Western Kentucky, you look back on the series and you think, yeah, that's, I wouldn't really say that that's supposed to be a 3-0. That should basically be a game 5 every day of the week. Losing by 1 goal every game and having it be so close every game is pretty. It's not really all telling to look at the series score from there.
No, and in fact, in that game 3, that was Western Kentucky's main bread and butter, is that they were going forward, getting shots. They actually were out shooting Western Virginia. Part of it was also that last touch, and it shows how some of these series of Rocket Leagues can come down to just the smallest of things. That ball at 0 seconds was about to hit the ground, and the defender, I think, let it bounce, and then realized there was about 0.1 second remaining. It stayed in the air. They tap it to the corner just in case, and then it still is kept up and almost put in for an equalizer. It's the tiny things like that you could really have to play until the whistle truly blows. But I mean, credit to Western Kentucky, they kept it close. But West Virginia, I mean, they're perfect on the season for a good reason. They're able to get that lead and, for the most part, hold on to it with a lot of tenacity. There were not a lot of lead changes happening in that series.
And like I was saying, prior to coming into this series, I had some relative confidence in this roster, of course. Knight and Magic are the 2 that stood out to me personally, but you cannot discount the entire team effort that was put forth here by West Virginia. And, moving forward this season, looking pretty solid. I feel like if they have a chance to make it out into the playoffs, you could anticipate a little bit of an impact. I wouldn't necessarily say that they would be one of the teams to look out for per se, but of course, you have a lot of up-and-coming teams like that, and of course, as I mentioned before, in the previous series with Waterloo, you get a lot of teams that are greater than the sum of their parts. And I am excited to see if we'll have that kind of advancement from West Virginia. And for Western Kentucky, I would love for them to keep their chin up on this one. But I can understand if that might be a little bit challenging.
We talk about this all the time on the NACE Starleague broadcast, is that one of the best parts about this is that it's like a discovery engine, like on your music platforms. You get to listen to new songs and discover, I kind of like that artist, I like this song. It feels the exact same, but it's for CRL teams, where I'm starting to find all these teams where it's like, okay, I didn't really know about this university, but their program must be pretty nice because they're doing well here. Oh, look at them going again. They're taking on this pretty good, decent team. And I really think Western Kentucky, they have a lot of components that I really do enjoy. They're cohesive. They're getting some passes. There's not too many double commits and just the occasional hiccup, but all of that is fixable, which is always the best thing you can hear. If you have the skill to hang in there, but maybe there's just some things that maybe the seams are a bit too wide, need to be tightened up, that can all be fixed. And so I am looking forward to them down the stretch. They're going to lose out on their record a tad, moving down to 5-2 instead of that 6-1. But I do think the future is bright for them. We actually do have Magic standing by in a bit for an interview, so we're making sure that they're all ready to go. So we'll be able to pick the West Virginia player's brain on really what's going through their mind, especially because it apparently thinks no. In fact, they will be ready right now for the interview. So thankfully, we'll be able to welcome Magic to the call. Magic, congrats on the victory. You guys are going to continue your undefeated season.
Thank you very much. We strive to try to keep undefeated as much as we can, for as long as we can, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to start things off actually with saying that I actually thought you were a different West Virginia team because you guys also have a sister team that is was playing in qualifiers. I actually helped cast some of their games, and I was wondering if it was the same team, but it's not. You guys have another team in the mix out there, but you guys are undefeated. How does it feel to be able to get your own name out there for your own individual squad for the university?
It feels really good after playing at least one match in CRL and being able to actually compete on like my own kind of team now. It feels really nice to be able to compete and make a name for yourself. It's always nice to get as much exposure as possible.
Well, I see you. You seem to have a little bit of extra support there in the background. Care to fill us in on who that is, real quick?
That was false. He's my roommate at the moment.
There he is, the man himself. That was kind of the player we were talking about when we were thinking about the sister team. But I do want to ask though, coming into this, of course, you mentioned how nice it is to be able to compete in this kind of environment. Something that I always tout as being very important is being able to get that kind of competitive experience where you have that regular competition and you're able to continuously grow as a team. Do you anticipate that there's going to be a lot of growth for you guys?
Yeah, there's a lot of mistakes that we're doing here and there that we've been striving to fix on. So that's just our goal to keep moving forward is just keep improving and hopefully we get to a point where we kind of just start knocking every single team we play against out of the park every time.
You guys are definitely on that part. One thing that I was really impressed with is your ability to, in a lot of those games, they were kept close, but you were still able to pull out the victory. Is that something you guys really focus on in terms of trying to keep the communication tight? Because for the most part, it felt like you guys had most of the situation covered, despite it being close at times. It didn't feel like there was a true panic moment.
We were trying to figure out their play style for most of the time. They were played a little bit more of a slower, more controlled paced kind of team. So after a while, towards the end there in the last game, my camera's glitching a little bit. We were trying to figure out we figured out that they're just like kind of like sitting in net a little bit, so we just tried to demo them a lot of the time. Which is why we went up a little bit in the end of the game. By the end of the game, but it was still a very good team to play against either way.
I think I gotta ask you, as I ask everybody, of course, kind of what your visions for the future are. And more to kind of return to form of what you were just talking about with playstyle, of course, being a little bit adaptive. I was curious, do you have a baseline for what you strive for in playstyle, or are you a little bit flexible?
Yeah,
And as I was
it's.
just asking, how do you think that will evolve as you move down the line here in NACE?
I think we like to play more of the
Oh, you can
the
see
team.
myself. You can
We
see
try
my
to play more of
device
the
over
team
there.
that's more aggressive than most. We kind of want to control the pace of the game. We don't want to be the one getting controlled because a lot of time that leads to us breaking down a lot more. But we want to be the team breaking down them. So moving forward, we're trying to fix all the mistakes we can and do that. Myself, I like being more of the aggressor, whichever team I go on. I feel like anytime I'm being outpaced, I just feel like I'm out of place all the time and just getting beat to everything. So my goal is always just to keep getting faster and improve as much as I can.
Certainly a terrifying prospect for all the future teams that you guys feel like there's still so much to improve, and yet you guys are advanced on a 7-0 record. Congrats again to you, Magic, and the squad. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you get back to your evening?
Shout out to our coach, esports director, my roommate, and the rest of my teammates. Couldn't have made it 7-0 without you guys, so thank you very much.
Magic, thank you very much, and have a good night.
You too, man.
It's wonderful to see, Squid. Wonderful to see. Giving the shout out to the roommate as well, which is a good thing because you never want to hang up that interview call and then the roommate is like all distant the rest of the One more time, Squid. We got one more on the docket here. We got some Canadian team. We also got a Northeastern team, specifically that Northeastern team. Yeah, Cégep Edouard Montpetit versus Northeastern. And NEU, I would say they're one of those heartbreaker teams we refer to as a team that you like to root for, you like to really get behind, and then they just not quite there, but always in the discussion.
Well, I think it's interesting you say that because I don't think they necessarily fall into that category for me. Just because usually when I'm rooting for them, it's because they're in a league where they can perform well. You see, teams like Ohio State, for instance, which I love to talk about. See, now they made it into CRL League play, and then they kind of like bombed out in the first 3 weeks at like 2-7. So I would call that a heartbreaker team. Whereas Northeastern, coming up looking at this match, they are probably having a much better go of things, and I do have a lot of faith in them to perform rather well. Of course, though, they do have to deal with some pretty heavy competition at times. I mean, looking at this matchup here, I actually haven't. You know what? Hang on. Who is it again, Taco? Can you say that other team name again for me, just to make sure I heard it right?
Cégep Edouard Montpetit. Cégep, I believe it is French. It is kind of like
I don't know,
a starter college, community college-esque type system in Canada, in Quebec, but it's tough. And so for all of the French Canadian students watching, I wish I also wasn't having to say it, but I'm going to have to say it for quite a long time. But thankfully, before we get into that, and I have to say it even some more, we do have another key sponsor to thank.
That we do, and of course, that is going to be Corsair, who have been providing us with some quite good items. Corsair, leading global developer and manufacturer of high-performance gear and technology for gamers, content creators, and PC enthusiasts. Like I said, high-quality stuff. From award-winning PC components and peripherals to premium streaming equipment and smart ambient lighting, Corsair delivers a full ecosystem of products that work together to enable everyone from casual gamers to committed professionals to perform at their very best. And Taco, let me tell you, performing at your very best is something that these players have been doing, at least so far, tonight. So it's been an impressive show for some teams. For others, maybe not so much. In particular, of course, Western Kentucky, who it seems like they put their best foot forward, but still faltered just before the finish line there. And Waterloo, earlier on, had a pretty easy time against their opponents. But we're looking in the here and now. Northeastern versus... I'm just going to call them CEM.
CEM is a godsend. It is a godsend of a name. So the CEM link's definitely going to be a nice little shorthand for that university so that I can pay them the proper respect. Because after all, this is a 5-1 team. They're no slouch squad taking on Northeastern at I believe they might be 6-0, but I'm not entirely sure. Record it says on here at 5-1, but at the end of the day, still a great team, still at the top of the league, and able to get the job done apparently repeatedly.
And as we've said before, you know, these can be the most important matchups. When you're playing against one of the other teams in your division that is at this level of play, right? You know, 5-1 versus 5-1, or maybe 5-1 versus 6-0. It doesn't really make much of a difference, right? You have to perform at your best if you want a chance at those playoffs. And I mean, we look at Northeastern, and we've been talking about the story for these guys, how they've been around for a while, and they do have a couple of changes being made. Syntax no longer here on the field for today, and Peebs also being a little bit out of sorts. I mean, he was supposed to be that guy that was, you know, developing time after time. But it's going to be Shotgun Yellow joining Frazier on the field here for today against Dax, Paxer, and Unfofo on the orange side, which that's quite a fun name there. We'll see how they can perform here against Northeastern, which has historically been one of the teams to watch.
And it's going to be a team that also has a lot of coaching. Shout out to Flow State, as a player who's been the actually I believe a licensed sports psychologist for the Northeastern squads within the Rocket League scene. So let's see if they do have that strong mental, because certainly going to need it as we're starting things off with a lot of back and forth, a lot of longer rollers, and Unfofo going to be able to try and tap off corner, but good read by Shot Guy and the extension out. That sent 2 players in for Northeastern, but they're going to get well beat out by Paxer, and Unfofo is going to be able to combine down the field for another clear.
Curious to see how this game plays out. We've had, as mentioned, 2 3-0s already tonight. It's not exactly what we hope for when we join up on the NACE Starleague broadcast. Sometimes that's just the nature of things. This one, a crossover towards Frazier. Not going to be able to play that one. I like this idea, though. The pre-flip, and almost on target. Yellow will have an easy time mopping that one up. It's 1-0.
It's good play by Frazier. What I like about it most is that they're just sending it right across the goal, and even though that didn't go to anyone, the pre-flip by Shot Guy to tap that down was a thing of beauty. I don't know how intentional it was, but it looks nice nonetheless.
And it does. And they've got their lead. Holding on to it for 4 minutes might be a bit of a tall order here, so certainly they'll be looking for a little bit of insurance. This one towards the mid. Frazier up for that one rather early, not able to beat out Paxer, though. So we'll drop down into the mid. Lots of possession in zone time, though, for NAU. Another one here off the back wall. Not particularly threatening there from Shot Guy. Continuation, not quite available to them in the way they wanted. Paxer almost got a nice one-timer there near the top of the box. But again, just cleared away. Nothing particularly impactful happening on the offensive side for CEM insofar. But the remainder of the game, of course, yet to be played. Can't really say anything definitively about this.
Not yet, but there are some good challenges coming out from this NEU side in the midfield. They're locking down things, and where we have gone in really the opening 90 seconds, really, of a lot of back and forth. It's kind of emerged into NEU, being able to march downfield, keep the ball high, and players like Dax in the backfield have to really wait out these plays, for good reason, too. Went right to him. Frazier on the follow, going to test Paxer, and Paxer might be able to get to it in time, but instead they dive in a play they don't have. Frazier, I'm not 100%, but I think that might have been going through.
Yeah, I think I was going through. They'll get a demolition here. They're still looking towards the mid. This one off the post in a way, and Unfofo will make that clearance as well. I don't know about that one, Chief. I wonder what's happening in the NEU comms right about now. But it's either way, they don't have that insurance goal they were hoping for. We're in the second half of gameplay now. It's been quite a long time since we've seen another effective shot on target. This one will not join the ranks. Frazier easily able to meet that one in the sky. Off the corner wall here, Yellow, and entire straight. Actually, just a little bit too slow to put that one past Frazier. That is the one player you have to look out for on this team. As far as Northeastern is concerned, Frazier, probably the most experienced, one of the better players that we've seen. What a double tap here! Unfofo out of nowhere beating Frazier out. And well and truly, the play that you need to see.
Sometimes you look at these players, you're thinking, no big deal. I mean, they still have a heck of an angle to work with. And how about that? They're doing work on Unfofo, putting it not only on target, but to the back post, giving that goalie no shot.
Jeez, I mean, that's a way to open up your scoring sheet as well. Might even get another chance off this one. Oh, they picked up that one penny. They could have had a shot at that one. But it was not meant to be. Cleared all the way downfield here for NAU. They're looking for a counter-attack. They will not find it. Nice clearance by Paxer off the back. Well followed up there by that challenge from Infofo. We'll see them continue into the attacking half here, and it seems like they're rather contented to stay in that area now. A nice midfield presence. Will not result in any clearance. That was a bit of a close call. Frazier looking for the close side of the net. That 50-50 not going their way, surely. This one's still in the zone. Shot guy looking for a cut. Well, that one will be a little bit wide. Coming back towards the mid, following a demolition here. Things getting a little bit dicey on the CEM defensive side. It looks like we will re-neutralize as Shot Guy loses out a critical challenge and will push back to the mid.
Daxter will try to extend that through, but it's going to be up to Dax to 50 back into a weird position. Shot Guy taking their time on that read, but no punish comes through, so all fine for now. Not like Unfofo is going anywhere, though. They are lurking on these challenges, and see him slowly rotating through, heating up on these attacks, keeping it dangerous. Look at these high lobs. They need touches from NEU. That one from Frazier and the double going to buy them some much-needed space just to be able to reorganize.
Oh, and Frazier, good look here. Pass down into the mid. Shot Guy is available for it. And the defense gonna have a difficult time reading that one no matter what. I love this vision. I love these backboard plays. It's something we always look for in up-and-coming teams, Taco.
And it's a good play, particularly because it forces the defender to have to think about really what's coming next. And since they're facing their own goal, they have to get to the sideline. The first impulse is just to clear into that near post corner, and that's exactly what Shot Guy was waiting for. Frazier has turned from provider to the scoring generator. Nice setup from Yellow, and Frazier is going to do the rest himself.
You gotta be careful not to let Frazier have too many of these chances, because if he flips that switch, he can become a deadly force all on his own. No teammates required. I don't anticipate that's going to become a massive problem, but certainly look out for it. With a 2-goal lead now this late in the game, NAU has to be feeling rather confident about their odds taking this game 1. They're looking to make that 3, and they will. I think this deficit may yet be insurmountable just now.
It's like we were watching a fight, and then one team went back to their corner to rest, and then the other one says, wait, round's not over. We're going to keep on going. It felt like there was so much resistance from CEM, and then suddenly NEU has just completely blown the doors off of it, everything, especially now that you can delve into the statistics. We have 15 seconds remaining, and despite how CEM has spent a lot of time around the NEU half at times, the shot count is only at 2 throughout this first 5 minutes. Meanwhile, NEU is currently just sitting below double digits. They have been able to put these goals away, keep CEM at bay, and more importantly, take game number 1 in this series.
I think it's something to build on, though, for CEM, as they will lose here in game 1 pretty handedly. But as you mentioned, you know, it didn't feel like it was going to be such a lopsided game for the longest time. In fact, it felt like it was going to be a rather even game at the start. I was a little bit shocked even to see how even of a game it was, of course, considering what we see out of NEU. And it looks like we are getting a request for a server reset, so we'll have an update on that shortly here. But there's a lot of breakdown here, and I do think that it is a little bit out of sorts that we saw as much zone time for CEM without actually picking up that many shots, especially considering how often they looked like they actually had reasonable attempts on the target. Of course, not always did they come to fruition, but it is worth stating, of course. And of course, NEU also on the defensive side, they were able to match it. Generally speaking, 3 shots, 2 saves. So a nice match there. But when it came down to their offensive side, they didn't look like they had much more control than CM did. Of course, that is to exclude the last couple of goals that were scored for NEU. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of potential there. You know, just a little bit more zone time, and you could really call this a much closer game 1. But of course, it does pan out the way that it does, 4-1 NAU. And that's kind of what we expect from Northeastern.
Yeah, it is what we are expecting from Northeastern, but I would like to see CEM try to focus on more zone time on offense. I think the biggest issue that so many teams have when they're going forward to offense is that they'll ricochet a shot and they'll try to set up one-to-one plays where it's going to go off the backboard to our shooter, and that is the full play, and then we rotate out. Whereas I think the more dynamic teams tend to look at opportunities in a more holistic sense. Like, we're trying to break down the defense. We're not just trying to get the one play to go through. If it's open, go for it. But otherwise, you know, steal some boost, just tap it off the sidewall, keep it high, go for an air dribble, try to force a dribble out, try to get a 50 in the corner. Like, all these things build up to a good attack, and I felt like NEU was always throwing something new at CEM, and CEM just did not have the answer over time, partially because the defense can only handle so much until I think the avalanche of goals starts coming through.
Yeah, and we talk about having puzzle pieces, being able to apply that towards a larger goal, and it feels like, of course, we talk about Frazier being a very important piece of the lineup for Northeastern University. I feel like he, by himself, is able to represent that kind of ideal. And something we talk about frequently is when you have a player who's been experienced in the CRL space, or just the competitive space in general, they're able to coach newer players into adopting that mindset. The mindset of not necessarily being in like a solo queue kind of lobby. It's something that Virus talked about earlier on the stream. You have to play with your team, and you have to take the game and make plays objectively speaking. You can't just dive at the ball and hope for the best, because that results in those random giveaways at the midfield. It allows your opponents to take control of the ball. You have to think about what exactly it is that you are accomplishing with every little touch. And for CM, hopefully that improves here in game 2, because it felt like, yeah, they got onto the offense, but more often than not, they were easily pushed back downfield, and nothing really generated out of it.
It's very tough, but that's exactly why a series exists. And we're not just sitting here above a league of best of ones, because you need some games to get used to everything and sometimes shake off the nerves, or at least if you're one of our first teams on stream, our eventual winners in Waterloo, you need the first games to just warm up. You can't just sit in free play, but you have to get into the match for game number 2. See if you can fight back against the Northeastern squad that was very much at home. Game number 1.
We shall see. This looks like a good initial 50-50 though, and the follow-up challenge is there. Potential for Unfofo. Gonna be an easy block though by Frazier, as they allowed that one to get to ground before taking that shot. Still though, already good ideas being brought out here. Flick over top of one, potentially off the backboard, but they can't really recuperate. And the recovery not gonna be there on the side of CEM. Well, however, Northeastern look at the net here, and they almost have a chance. Paxer will touch that one out. First minute of play, rather high velocity. The magnitude of offense on both sides has been rather small, but still, the ball has made it close to the goal line in both regards. Shot guy, oh no! Falls off the post, and Dax gets a freebie.
And this is a tough one, and I do always like shots like this, especially when the defenders are getting back. Sometimes you just want to test everything because defenders can get confused. I'd have to say the easier is probably staying on the ground, just jumping and letting it deflect, but I can't really blame it. It's so much more satisfying to get that strong clear off the backboard, and occasionally we've all been there when you go for the wall clear, think you have time to wrap around it, and you don't, but it's not like they can't make up for it. I would say Shot Guy scores, but Frazier actually steals it away.
Yeah, I was a bit confused looking at this one. I'm glad I'm not the only person in the world is that. Certainly not the first time we've seen something like that, mind you, but either way, Northeastern quality goal in response to that initial one there. 3 minutes 47 still on the clock, so loads left to be decided here in game 2. But Northeastern, they're already looking at something more. Dax, that's not exactly what you're hoping for, that clearance. You have to respect Frazier in the mid, but you certainly don't want to drop him back to Shot Guy.
Yeah, I feel for Dax here. There's so little you can do. You have to basically pre-jump this because you know that the other player on offense is going to be right behind you, nipping at your heels if you don't. So Dax tries to go up for it. Unfortunately, still actually gets a contact on it. The only bad part about it is that it just so happened that there was someone encroaching on that exact position. It did go wide. That was really the first part of the puzzle. They're not going to be able to solve the second. So we're back to square one for CEM, and that has really just been from playing from behind. Maybe they can something going right here. Paxer, that's not a bad setup at all, but they're going to go over the double tap. Dax going for a shot, but rushed it too much. It's going to go well to the side with Frazier to collect.
Oh, and Frazier can be deadly in these solo scenarios. Almost able to 50-50 that one past him for foe. At least keeps it in the corner. I mean, if you're a defender in that situation, keeping your cool can be rather difficult. Yeah, I mean, going back to that double tap, though, that would have been such a good opportunity to apply so much pressure with just one player on your side. It certainly would have opened up a lot of opportunity to set your offensive rotation. This looks like it might be a free net downfield, though. Paxer will clean up. Unfofo finds the play into the mid 2-2.
It's going to be a rocket of a hit, but I do like from Paxer, they're not rushing it. Oftentimes, I see players just jump for it because they think they need to, but Paxer has 100% awareness of that play, knowing as long as they just continue chasing it down, it's a wide open net. They just need one tiny pixel of a touch to put it on target, and that's exactly what they're going to get. 2-2 again. Not even at halftime in game number 2, but it's a lot more even here from CEM as they've settled down.
Ooh, double commit there on the Northeastern side as well. Shaka, though, with a quick recursion. Will even have a secondary touch. Downfield, your yellow very quick out to that ball as well. Will have Frazier for backup. You can tell Northeastern, they are not letting any space be granted here to their opposition on the orange side. Well, they might have to force that a little bit. Yellow, I believe, was trying to avoid a bump there in the net, had to play back just a little bit. It's going to be another drop here by Dax over to Frazier, makes a secondary touch. And Umfafo will have enough in the tank to get back and make that play in time on the goal line. Things looking back the other way now. Oh my goodness, that connection. It looked a little bit cheesy, but they almost made it work. Now Yellow looking back down the other side. Can we stop getting these shots on target? Can we get some sort of establishment? Please. I just want to see a little bit of more fundamentally charged Rocket League play rather than just throw the ball at the net and almost score every single time.
It's pandemonium. Watching this game is like watching someone shake up a can of soda, and I know it's not going to end well when the final play does get developed because it has just been pure chaos on the field. There's so many quick deflection. There's so many air dribbles that go off the backboard and then deflect to the sidewall. Just I don't really know what to expect, which is part of the beauty of Collegiate Rocket League. Yellow trying to end that with something more fundamental, as you asked, but even that straightforward shot is going to be a bit too straightforward, not going to fool the defensive CEM.
And that was precisely what I was asking for. I mean, I played from Shot Guy up to Yellow, up to Frazier. They almost found one there as well. Shot Guy was lurking in the middle. Pick up a demo on their way out. Back towards the middle. Paxer, not a chance. It's going to be 3-2 over to NEU.
And that's going to be a nice demo from Shot Guy. Always a nice strategy because teammates can then power play on a weaker side. A good pass inside from Frazier. Still a lot to do from Yellow. He had to beat a defender that was rearing down on that play, but do just that. Have the lead, 62 seconds. Maybe he can add to it right off the kickoff. Yellow only getting a 50 instead. And actually, Paxer might be able to set Unfafo up on the infield pass, but actually will be bumped out of their way. Shot Guy with a back pass. Knocker Hermeti. Yellow just going to send it deep over the top and see if CEM has anything left in their bag of tricks to be able to equalize yet again.
That is the question. But they find themselves locked on defense yet again. It seems like an all too similar theme so far for tonight and in this series as a whole. Stack's gonna be shoved away here by Frazier, now lurking way upfield, gonna be stealing that boost out of the corner. Shot Guy with loads of potential damage to be done here, looking out of the corner. Just going to defer possession on that one, and Frazier will be able to close the gap. You can see how CEM are trying to play this one smart. But NEU, the comms are there, they're able to close the gap, and they're able to keep their opponents on their own half. Shot Guy with not enough boost to get around this one, but all they've got to do is kill time at this point. Nice boost grab here out of the corner for Yellow. CEM just desperate to get any control of this ball. Frazier to the backboard, Frazier for the double, it's down, he won't get it. Well, they'll still take the win, and they're up 2-0.
And it's going to be yet another win, and we're on par with a lot of these series so far. We've come to expect a lot of best of fives go into just 3 straight, and looks like NEU are trying to close it out as well. Something about these undefeated teams, they're just so good at making sure that even though the games can be back and forth, kind of a brawl, just that much stronger and able to outlast the other's team.
Yeah, and I gotta say though, I mean, are we really gonna have 3 3-0s right now? Is this actually gonna happen? Like, I feel so strongly that NEU is feeling confident in their gameplay right now. Even though it's been such a close game both times, this feels an awful lot like the story of the last series, Taco. I'm not sure if I'm alone on that. And I really don't want 3 3-0s on the night, but it feels like that's the path we're headed for.
It does feel like that, mainly just because I think NEU is, again, just bringing too many weapons to the table. They have infield. They're starting to work demos into the mix, and more importantly, they're able to always combine through without overcommitting, which is a very delicate balance to have when you're trying to play aggressively. It's so hard to make sure you have enough pressure that the defense is always throwing the ball to the sideline and not possessing it, while also still having everybody, all your pieces in place on the board to defend really anything the defense can throw at you. So it's on CEM to start winning those one-on-one challenges, kind of like that, and seeing what you can do with it. Paxer, it's a beautiful setup, but Dax decided to turn away right at the origin of that touch. We're going to have to search for something else, as we're not going to see really any early goals from CEM, and either from Frazier. Yellow inches away, but no contact.
We know that CEM are going to start being a little bit more wary of those kinds of passing plays now that they have been effectively used against them. As you mentioned before, Taco, there's a lot of variables at play here. Northeastern seems to be trying to independently utilize every single one of them. We'll see how things pan out here in Game 3. So far, the first minute has been relatively uneventful. Of course, that's nothing particularly out of the ordinary for this series. Frazier trying to force Dax into doing something here. We'll just bump him out of the way instead. Looking for more, and Yellow with the shot angle will not be able to put it through. The double coverage is there for CM. Much needed at that, and they're looking downfield now. Unfafo, though, very few options. It's going to be a dead giveaway over to Frazier, back to the midfield.
And Shaka is going to send that one especially deep, and Frazier just being annoying. Doesn't actually get the boost steal or the ball, so that will actually go back into the midfield. Unfafo hitting that straight down. Frazier needs contact, but that's going to tee up perfectly for Paxer. Looking for a pass, I believe. Not going to find its target. NAU continuing to run ragged in the midfield, but more importantly, when there needs to be a challenge made, it seems like they just have enough of a bumper to tuck in and make a statement.
Yeah, that touch from Shockeye earlier on to cut out that passing lane was pretty vital to the health of that play. Yellow, what in the world are they going for? That I don't know what, but they still recover, and they're still able to get back in the play here. Maybe even serve as a passing target for Frazier. This one gets past him for Fofo. Dax for the pickup. This one's up high towards the cage, but easily saved away. Fofo still in the play. Still 0 boost, though. Won't really have much of a significant impact here. They're looking for passes out through the mid. There's Frazier, though, with the cutoff. Looking for more. Will find it. The save is forced out of Unfafo, back into the corner. This is basically the same story as we saw in Game 2. Just complete pandemonium across the pitch as we continue to go back and forth. A pass here to Yellow. Oh my goodness, good luck saving that one to the top of the bar. 1-0.
I was asked for infield passes, but sometimes the shots can be lacking and disappointing. That is not one of them. Turns the car sideways, the perfect flip to not only get the power of the flip, but the corner of the car underneath it. And as he said, rocking into the top shelf. You're not touching that if you're on the defense.
Just before halftime as well. CM, lots of time, but tick-tock. Have to pick up eventually. Shot guy down low. Dax, not a chance this time. High placement, did them well on the first shot. Low placement this time around.
I think Pax trying to overthink that one. They had the catch, but they opt for the flick in the last second. It's just going to lob into the middle. You cannot give any of you those opportunities because they're going to do exactly what Shockeye ended up doing, putting it right between the sticks in for 2-0. And we're going to see an immediate response from CEM. I don't know if that's a cucks. I don't know what that is. All I know is it's 1-2.
Let's take another look here. Frazier. Yeah, no,
Ooh.
Frazier touches that. And bottom 90. Not a terribly common play, that, but they will take it for sure. If it gives them a chance in this series, I'm fairly certain that they would be happy to accept it into their arsenal of goals so far. We'll see what NAU has to say about it, though. And, oh, that demo on Frazier could be big. I do believe he picked up the boost, though, and that might slow down the attack just a little bit. Paxer now, almost slightly out of position on that one. Frazier was just milliseconds away from making this. What in the world? Unfafo now with the save against Yellow. That is 2 close calls. I think close might be an understatement there. Or CEM. Oh my goodness, another miss here. Shot guy looking at the angle. They can't put it together, but it's over Paxer, and Yellow will put it through. Finally, what is this game?
I gotta say, I don't even blame CM. Look at this roll. This looks like it's gonna be so ordinary, and it goes so high because not only does it touch the lip and hit off the backboard, but it rolls up instead of out. I've been there before, and I think plenty other people have banged their desk in frustration. It doesn't look dangerous at all, but Bounce of a Century is going to open up a play, and Shot Guy trying to get another one underway, but one will be able to be tucked away. CEM still looking for these infields, but Faith was out there from Paxer. It's going to go all the way to the sideline and back into the midfield. Dax in the follow through, the bump play on the back post. Can they put it through? Shot Guy nearly getting back to it, but there was too much to handle. We're back to a 1-goal game.
I swear, Shot Guy making this save after getting bumped like that would have just been the icing on the cake for this series so far. That has been utterly chaotic throughout. And now we're back within 1 goal here for CEM. They're able to generate one of their own, perhaps. The first one, a little bit of a gift. The second one, of their own virtues. We shall see if that pattern continues. Unfafo. That bump could have been deadly. Shot guy over towards Frazier. The service is good. The shot chance was not quite there. Looking backward to this one. Yellow is in the zone. They can't quite put it on target. Shot guy is blocked out by Unfafo. Final 60 seconds, rapidly approaching here. And CM still trail, but they are holding on for dear life right now on the defensive side. with just about everything they've got. This one serves to Frazier, quickly stopped by Paxer. Dax has to avoid a bump, and Paxer is there for the recursion, but they're not out of it yet. Shot guy for the recenter. And this one will be a save credited to Paxer. Back towards the mid here. It was yellow over to Shot Guy, and NAU just fighting for control at every juncture. Nothing is uncontested here.
Now we're going to be able to see one more hit across from NEU, and not leaving well enough alone. They want another goal just to put this one to rest, but at the very least, their best defense is continuing this offense. They are holding this in the orange half for just so long. Just like that for Moonful come at a premium, to be honest, and maybe something they can build off of, because that's a fantastic setup from Dax. Can't get around to it, and Frazier try to air dribble this one. Can they bump the last defender? No, but it's going to have to be a full court carry starting from this touch. Paxer keeping it alive, Frazier letting it die, and unfortunately, it's just not gonna be enough. CEM dropping that one, and unfortunately, the series is over. NEU continuing their streak.
This might be one of the shortest broadcasts of the Rocket League side of the Starleague that we've ever seen. I mean, here's the thing, though, is we had 3 sweeps tonight, Taco. But I gotta ask you, in retrospect, do these feel like 3-0s? Because I'm thinking back on it, and these feel like some of the closest 3-0s you could possibly ask for. Basically, series in and series out.
I mean, this gets familiar vibes as also when we look into pro level play, because there's been actually a lot of situations where my camera is out of focus. I'm trying to get it to reset the autofocus here.
Use
I'm
the
trying
force,
to get my
Taco.
face back in. But as we look back at these, this is actually seen a lot in the RLCS level, in that you have players come through and you see a 3-0 by energy over across the upcoming team that came through closed qualifiers. And you're saying, oh, well, there's another victory from energy. But then you click on the details, and every single game is like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, fairly even shots. And it's because all these teams are getting better and better, and when you're putting 2 teams that are undefeated, or they only have 1 loss, this top of the table teams, it's going to be close. But typically the teams that play at the very top, those elite teams that are able to go through the bracket, get that high seed, they're the ones that, even though it is a close game, they're repeatedly able to knock people off, because they're that much more skilled, that all those micro adjustments that you need to make, they make them more successfully. And I think that was a good example that I saw, especially from NEU, but really throughout all of our sweeps tonight.
Yeah, well, I know for one thing I'm going to be asking, if we do get our interview successfully, is how in the world did they approach that? Because it felt like at all junctures that was just absolute mayhem on the field. And I'm over here thinking to myself, like, okay, yeah, now clearly this is going to change to be a much more predictable game, because we're seeing all these different things out of Northeastern University. Of course, they're making these passes, they're making some individual plays, they're doing a couple of demos here and there, but nothing ever seems orthodox with them. Despite the fact that everything they do seems to be grounded in a fundamental aspect of Rocket League, they come out and they make a ridiculous chain of offense that you would look at and you would think to yourself, this should basically be impossible if they are playing a fundamentally charged game of Rocket League. Well, they still make it happen, and they still have safe coverage. And I'm just over here like, huh. Like, everything I know about the game seems to be upturned every once in a while. This seems like it might have been that case.
I love the way you phrase that, because that's exactly how I feel about it. Is that every time I feel like we're laying things out, we're getting the analysis down, and we're like, okay, we understand the flow of things, and then it just doesn't quite turn around the way that you'd expect. And I think that's really so different aspects as well, because these are technically amateur teams. I mean, a lot of these teams, especially at the collegiate level, try to take it incredibly seriously. You're trying to make sure everything falls into place, and you're getting your scrims in, you're getting your VOD review. But some teams, they don't necessarily have that, and some even really top teams, they don't actually put in as much work. They just show up on the day and take care of things. But those teams that do take this very seriously, they tend to be able to just ace through all these things. So it's going to be very interesting to be able to sit down with Yellow in our interview today, Squid.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I think we have Yellow on the line presently. I'm still, yep, there we go. There is Yellow. Welcome. Congratulations on your victory. You are the 3rd in a short list of teams that have successfully pulled off a 3-0 that was rather close today. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel pretty good. It was a pretty good game. Honestly, it was kind of easy, but you know, we like our games like that. They're nice. It's always good. We played them before, so yeah, that was nice.
Easy. Taco, thoughts? Easy?
Okay, so we haven't seen a lot of banter in these interviews. So you can pop it in here with easy. I mean, it was a 3-0, but game's kind of close. Do you guys just like to do that? Ramp up the tension for the fans? Keep making sure it's a 1-goal margin?
Well, there are some teams that apply a little bit more pressure and whatnot, and they had enough pressure to keep it close enough where it was within 1 goal. But I mean, when we're just having fun, messing around, the pressure we didn't have a whole lot of pressure on us, and it didn't feel too hard.
So what you mean to say right now is that you weren't really like trying that hard. You were just like having fun. Because we're over here like racking our brains,
Mhm.
trying to figure out what it is that your game plan is. And then the most random stuff happens time after time, and we are just struggling to figure it out. So what you mean to tell me is that you basically had no game plan.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say we had no game plan. We obviously we practice a lot, and we know what we're good at as a team. But yeah, no, I mean we just went into it confidently and played our best and came out with 3-0.
I mean, I do like that. I mean, you guys are certainly playing in a fashionable style. You guys getting another victory underway. And as you're cruising along throughout this, you said that matchup felt kind of easy. If there have been really any teams that have made you kind of feel the heat so far, are you still kind of waiting for your first real challenge as you guys continue to be right at the top of the Northeast Division?
Well, if I remember right, I think this puts us at 7-0, and if I also remember correctly, I'm not sure if we've dropped a match in any of our games in any of them either. So I think we are still waiting for that challenge, honestly.
Wow. You know what? I think that's a good spot to leave it off. I appreciate the confidence though. So Yellow, before we let you go, any shoutouts for anybody that you want to give? Maybe a call to arms for other teams to actually give you a reasonable challenge.
Oh yes, that would be great. Before I do a couple shoutouts, I would love to call out to all the other teams. Please beat us. We're undefeated. I'd love to lose, maybe. If you can beat us. And then for the shoutouts,
If you could be so kind.
Yeah, I would love to shout out my other lovely teammate right here, Shot Guy. And then my other teammate as well, though he's not with us, Justin J. Frazier. And then, of course, my lovely family, my mother, my father, my brother, and all the good friends, Mike in the room over there. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you, Squid. Thank you, Danger Taco.
Well, thank you for joining us. And all I got to say is if you want teams to beat you, just go to CRL. There you go.
That's a different story.
There it is. Yeah, thanks so much
joining
for
us.
sitting down with us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, sir.
You
Well,
too.
that was there you go. It's not often that we get that banner, and it's nice. It's nice to have a little bit of confidence. But that's still kind of my ultimatum, right? If you're over here, trashing everybody and they Starleague because they can't beat you, then maybe why don't you in CRL?
That was a. I didn't want to make that. I didn't want to make that comment, but I could see you stewing with that in the back. I just saw you lead it back like.
I just feel It's,
I mean, we're not even trying to say like these teams you can't be that confident. But at the end of the day, this is still a lot of quality teams in these divisions. But I will say credit to Northeastern. I'm actually glad that they're that confident because I do want a team to come forward and really stir the pot. Really want to make waves in this because I think we have talks and. I think outside observers tend to say, well, I mean, CRL is just like kind of the early days of pro play. There's like a handful of really, really good team, and everyone else is just washed. That's not the case anymore. It's not even close to the case. There's so much talent, even among the players, teams that don't make it through within the open qualifiers and last chance qualifiers we see where all the teams that didn't make league play can play in these other leagues. They pop off all the time, and there's so many teams that can go deep, beat all those CRL qualified teams. So honestly, I don't think there's anything out of line with Yellow. I think it's great to have someone that confident. And I like how he's almost inviting a challenge. He's like, please, if you can, try and beat us. Because right now we are perfect right now. I think, as he said, no games dropped at all.
Well, in fairness, I did kind of instigate that, so that one's kind of on me. you know, I'll take some of the blame for that one. But you know, also, I mean, you talk about that. We've seen some teams, in particular, like the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. I mean, they've shown tangible improvement, you know, time after time after time, and we've seen them in other leagues, like UGC in particular, was where we would normally see the Rutgers, and we think to ourselves like, yeah, you know, maybe they're on the coming up kind of tab. You know, definitely something to keep an eye out for, but nothing particularly special. And then we saw these last year all quals; they made it pretty much to the final round, and we were like, oh my god. Look at that! And this is the same kind of thing that we see in a Starleague, which is something we cannot reiterate enough. It's basically something that we say at the start of every single stream. Is like, hey, look at the schedule. I'm looking forward to seeing these new teams because they always surprise us. And it's nice to see returning teams too, because Northeastern, you know, new roster, Yellow and Shotgun joining the team, they look stronger than ever.
Yeah, they really do, and it's a good thing to see, but unfortunately for that, it's going to be another sweep, and we just did the hollowed, any percent run of the NACE Starleague Collegiate Rocket League broadcast. Squid, honestly, so happy to get on Speed Demo's archives, get all of those records logged in, because honestly, we really did it. And I got to shout out, you know, all the fans that stuck with us in the chat, and also all the teams that made this possible, because it is a team effort.
And it is. And with that, though, we probably should bring it to a close because we want our personal record to stand. We need to kind of shave off as many seconds as possible. We're going to head it over to the Overwatch, guys. We're going to take a short intermission. That's the end of the Rocket League segment for today. We want to thank you guys so much for joining us here. And again, Overwatch will be starting just in a moment. So if you want more esports action, make sure to keep it right here at NACE Starleague.
And welcome back, everyone, to NACE Starleague Overwatch. It is week 7. We are winding down this season, winding down the conferences, but the action is certainly not. It's getting hotter and hotter as we go along, and to break down these two fantastic series we got for you tonight, it's myself, Los, joined by the ever-intelligent and handsome LaFon. LaFon, how you feeling tonight?
Doing pretty well. I'm hearing a lot of compliments today here behind the production side of things, so really appreciative of it, I must say. Los, it's good to be here, though I have to say, if you did you know that not only America runs on it, but NACE Starleague as well runs on Dunkin'. We are proud to have Dunkin' as our official coffee partner this season for the NACE Starleague. Dunkin' wants to change the game on energy, and coffee is a natural and sugar-free source of energy for those late night gaming sessions. Check them out online or visit your local Dunkin' Los. With that, we do have some excellent action ahead of us tonight. Some really highly regarded teams in terms of performance as we get set to see the games underway. I'll give you one guess as to which map we're starting off on, but no, your first two do not count.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with Lijiang Tower, and Lijiang Tower.
Oh.
How did I do on that one?
Well, I mean, the first two don't count, so the third one is what must be, and in fact, it is. It is Lijiang Tower that we see as our place of play. But before that, of course, we got to see what teams we have at our disposal. Get a quick look at the head-to-head, the rosters as they were. Well, it's good to be back. I have to say, it's always fun to see the Overwatch in action. And yeah, we got some fantastic lineups here.
Oh, 100%. It's University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. Now, this is actually a squad that was recently in the coaches poll. They were at the 10th place of the top 10 teams in the entire league, but they actually fell out of favor going into week 6. So maybe this is the time for a bit of redemption, LaFon. But on there, we got Marble, King Bunny, Silly Phil, Thor, Chopper, and Crimson. And they're going up against University of Wisconsin Stout.
Yeah, and there's something to highlight here. Both these teams are 5-1, as you can see the records there. The difference, of course, is how they approach those 5-1s. For University of Wisconsin, their loss were to Redbirds, probably the best team in this conference. So for UIUC, it's a little bit of a different story as they got dropped by the UMN Pizza Pirates. Fantastic name, by the way. Yeah, so there's a little bit on the table here. You do not want to be down 5-2 and still have to face off against the Redbirds squad later on down the road. So a lot on the line here for one team more than the other, as University of Wisconsin, they're still fighting for that top spot.
And it's great that you bring up the Pizza Pirates because both of these squads, they're currently in a 3-way tie for second. It's Illini Overwatch, it's Stout, and it's the Pizza Pirates. All of them have the 5-1 record. This is a crucial week. If you could break away from the pack with so little time left in the conference, it really will set you apart and make sure that you have that chance to make it into those conference play-ins.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the standings right here, right? A lot of these teams, we have to talk about the team that's at the top of the division, that's 7-0, pardon me, in Redbirds. I know they're not the conversation piece for this game, but they do cast a pall on sort of the records of these squads because a couple of these teams, Pizza Pirates specifically, and of course University of Wisconsin Stout Blue Devils, they've played Redbirds, right? They've already gotten that loss out of the way. For Illini Orange, they still have to play them. And I think that's coming up in a couple of weeks. So for them, like I said, this is a must win because you do not want to be facing that 5-2, when you inevitably play against that team and they have to play so much harder against a team that's already the top and has probably cemented their first place finish.
I like how you said they got that out of the way. Like, oh, it's Redbirds. You just got to get through it. It is going to be a difficult one. But no, you're right because they've been undefeated so far. So if you aren't able to beat the Pirates, if you're unable to defeat Stout right now, it is going to be hard-pressed for you to defeat Redbird in the end of this season. I mean, you will still be put to the test once it comes through the conference plans and then the finals to get into playoffs, but that's far off. You still have some time, and you got to focus on the here and now. You got to focus on this win against Stout.
Yep, and that means that we're going to have, I think, a lot more impetus involved in this match. So definitely something to keep your mind on as we get started here for map number 1. There's only so many ways I can intro Lijiang Tower at this point, Los, but as the gates go open up, we are underway as a night market takes place right now.
Looking at that TP race, and actually, it will be Illini who loses the race. It's a good use of that May wall to deny the teleport, so they get first touch on the objective, but it doesn't matter too much. But having that positional advantage could be a good way to start things up. Here comes the May wall. They will lock off Crimson, but they have the Immortality Field. There it goes. Crimson will be the first one to take the hit. Mr. Rickles provides the damage. The beam is so strong, fighting behind it, and forces a retreat.
That is just clinical play there from UW Stout as they, as you said, deny the teleport first of all, which is really clever. But on the play, they use the choke point to their advantage. We saw the cryo freeze need to be forced out by Silly Phil early, and UW Stout did as soon as it was down. That's just one player no longer dealing damage, no longer providing control for the crowd, and they're taken out and the rest of the team is taken out, and eventually they're followed up on. Great play there, and now UW Stout has the advantage. Look at the shatter difference here between Master Bubble and Crimson.
But yeah, Crimson's not even close, only a quarter of the way there, but that will be very dangerous since the Ant Matrix out from Marble. That's their way. It's their ticket in. There's one in response, but it's blocked off by the Maywall. No damage will be delivered, and finally, it's actually you, Illini Overwatch. They swing back with ease.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprising retake, I have to say. The wall comes up from the Mei, but it's not inside the Ant Matrix, so he doesn't actually deny a ton of damage. It only momentarily dissuades a little bit of poke. So once that's burnt down, there's you saw Master Bubble try and play the Shatter, but just burnt down so quickly. And now on the reset, they have a lot of tools available, but you know, it's going to be a little bit harder to land the Shatter, especially around the Photon Barrier of Chopper.
This is going to be crucial. Yes, now Chopper is activated. They have to get through the other side. However, Silly Phil is making it so difficult. They're sending out the Blizzard. There's no response. They're all caught within it, and it's an easy cleanup again here for Illini.
We see a change coming in from Bent Up, but now that Illini has gotten control of the objective, they've done a great job of rotating ultimates and denying, you know, that damage from that UW Stout wants to put down. We saw the Ant Matrix in the previous fight didn't find value. We saw the Photon Barrier here. It too didn't find value, and now you're looking at what level of counterplay do you have when you can't even get into the objective? Obviously, Silifil with the Blizzard was incredibly effective, but I mean, UW Stout, they're being eclipsed at 60% mark now on the objective. They need to find an opening stat.
They have some ability for Master Bubble to maybe get in, but they're being beamed down by those turrets. And Crimson with a huge shatter. It denies anyone even access to the objective, and it's another cleanup for Illini.
Okay, two things. One, that's a way too early immortality field for UW Stout. Not having that. Two, scout the teleporter. The teleport shatter should not find 5 players on the ground. Spectacular stuff from Crimson and UIUC, but yeah, certainly something that UW Stout has to watch in the next fight. Now they're running out of time because they're heading into that last fight territory.
Okay, coming in with the teleport shatter, it only removes Silly Phil from the fight, but Crimson sends them right into the wall. They found some value, but it wasn't enough. But Cheddar actually pumping in some damage. They might be able to win this one out. They just force players off the objective, and they're able to make that conversion.
Yeah, it's a good play there. It's a rush play, but it works. You teleport through, get the one guaranteed elimination, as we saw the Shadow getting the insta-kill, and then on top of that, even though you're taken out of the fight on the Reinhardt, it's enough time for the rest of the players to come in, and what is a 5v5 swiftly turns back into an advantage for UW Stout. So now they have their work cut out for them. They do have the tools, though, because they have the advantage of the point, and here's that Ant Matrix to duel out.
Oh, and it's a perfect placement. The Photon Barrier isn't at the angle they were hoping for. They can jump right over the Mei wall, and it might find the value they're looking for. Here comes Bent Up with the Meteor Strike, and it should be landing right onto the Reinhardt. But Crimson, they teleport away, and they escape that death. However, Cheddar is going in, and they press the advantage in the back line. There is no escape. And Stout, they're still fighting it, but in that courtyard, they won't find any good angles for Illini. They have to back off.
Full reset needed here. Bent Up ends up working out the Meteor Strike there. Breaks the teleporter, but it isolates Crimson by themselves. So the cleanup, you know, it's a separated play, 2 on 4, and then you just kind of hold out the remaining players in the courtyard, and you can't win out that fight. So UW Stout doing a great job of holding on now as UIUC trying to close out this last fight.
Oh, the sentries here are so critical. Crimson has taken a big hit, but it's the Earth Shatter knocks both the tanks on their back in the Immortality Matrix, where nothing can save them from the Diva Bomb except for getting to Blizzard on the objective. But who is there to take advantage of it? Everyone's already dead.
Yeah, the only one left live now is Cheddar trying to stabilize. No self-destruct this time as they just used it, taking away. It is at time, 98%. It's last fight here, and they can't even get to the objective. Master Bubble time runs out. And that will be a flip in the final moments to steal away the round for Illini. Overwatch here, Los, is a rather back and forth affair that I don't think started off that way. Just good thinking on their feet for Illini Overwatch.
Yeah, a nice finish, and especially where there was no time for the final contest and make it a very long extended overtime fight. It was a good, perfect timing, sending in that Blizzard and just shutting it down. And now we have a bit of an adjustment in that composition. Definitely going toward that dive. Silly Phil, certainly hoping to cause some havoc, but it's essentially, it is, in fact, the mirror composition.
Man, this is a throwback, right? We don't really see this composition too frequently anymore. This is like season 3 Overwatch League Grand Finals sort of look. Or prior to that, they're gonna meet in the courtyard here. A lot of damage being put down.
Ooh, cooldown utilized. Crimson, the first one to take the hit. Cheddar now will follow up. There's no one to soak up a majority of that damage. And it should be a reset or at least a reposition out here. Oh, 4 goes down. And does taste that defeat.
Just a full reset here for Illini Overwatch. They don't really have the engage tool they need. Just a little bit of farming for Silly Phil 49. Translocate out, and that will be an aggressive hack actually from Bent Up. That's really useful. You won't be able to stage on this mega health pack now, where I just take free healing from it. And so the rotation is going to be a little bit quicker from Illini Overwatch to try and get in. And I mean, while the ult charge is not in any specific advantage, it's still going to favor the point holders here.
Master Bubble taking a lot of damage through his own bubble, jumping up, trying to escape the damage. They will survive. However, Chopper gets knocked off the ring, and that will be huge to try and deny the damage coming through. Marble won't be in the position. They're cut off. They can't heal the rest of their squad, and all the while, all this time the fight is going, they haven't gained any ground.
They really haven't. You need that clean engage. You need the point of the spear, if you will. And for UW Stout, again, all they have to do is really just make sure the fight ends in a stalemate, and they will gain advantage now to the 40% mark as the re-engage comes in. Keep an eye on Mr. Rickles, who will be a real threat in this fight.
Okay, Silly Phil might not find the hack they're looking for. They can't get it through. It is on to Marble, and maybe it is good. Chopper coming through with the Death Blossom, but it's denied by the the Defense Matrix. Master Bubble now has the Primal Rage at the ready, but it won't be necessary. The kills are in, and Illini Overwatch has no chance.
Yeah, that was just a really good read by UW Stout. Terminator dodges the EMP, gets a sound barrier to defend in time, and then after the back of that, just good peel from the rest of the squad to deny both the the Death Blossom and the Coalescence as the remaining cleanup members come through. I think Bent Up hit an EMP in there as well. So a lot going on for UW Stout, but they remain in control as we head into final fight.
Good tools ready. King Bunny has that self-destruction. Silly Phil does get a hack, but I don't think it will find too much value. Cheddar is just in the middle of all this massacre. We can't even tell what's going on. It's so explosive, but they can't even use the self-destruction. They've been hacked. A good play by Silly Phil that won't be utilized. It stops Stout from having that ultimate damage, and it allows Illini to finally earn some control, potentially. Master Bubble in the death throes. They don't find success.
That is a massive EMP, and the cleanup crew is still coming in. Moira is still alive, so the heals are there, and UW Stout trying to claw this one back.
Terminator jumping around. They are so low, but they don't die yet. Going in for the contest, but they will finally fall. And from 99 to 0, they start their climb.
There, one good Lucio player play deserves another, and Thor comes in clutch there with Marble out of the fight. They need the survivability. Again, it is the fight they need to win, otherwise the round will end. Thor gets a sound barrier that keeps everyone in play, and the rest of UIU makes up for the damage throughput, so credit there as UW Stout walks back in.
Oh, Mr. Rickles, if they could get on the back line with this Death Blossom, it would be huge, but no one is there to really soak up the damage that they're putting out. Chopper has one in response, and if they could get into a good position, it might be solid, but they aren't daring to throw themselves into the fire yet.
Yeah, just full reset. There was a knockoff onto the pit from Thor again, who has sound barrier, by the way, in this next fight as well. So a lot of check marks on the board here for UIUC. They need to make sure they don't get overly aggressive and use them all, because they'll need them for the rest of the play.
Silly Phil comes in with the EMP, and that is a huge play. Chopper jumping through with the Death Blossom finds two, and it allows Crimson to knock players into the pit of doom. Another easy fight win for UIUC.
It's a good call. 3 ultimates used. It's expensive, and now UW Stout has a win condition opportunity. If they can hit the Coalescence, Self-Destruct, and the EMP, they'll win this fight. But you can see Thor hiding, scattered out by Bent Up.
Oh, and there it comes. They waited in the doorway to make sure that Thor would get attacked with it. Mr. Rickles follows up, ready to make a hit, but the self-destruct, it doesn't find value. It's hidden behind the pillar. No one actually gets hurt, and Cheddar has one in response. They can use it. They have to have the stop right here, right now, as they're forcing them out of the objective. It's enough to stop the contest. They can get the bar going up. If they body block enough, they can actually flip the point in the middle of a fight.
Point flipped over, overtime taken away. Someone needs to touch. Running out of time.
Someone's looking to touch it. It will be one contesting. We can imagine it will be Thor trying to get it, or Silly Phil in response. Yes, Thor fighting for their life, fighting for the contest, and they do have enough time. They allow someone else to make it. It's Chopper using the Death Blossom. They're stuck on the outside of a bubble, and they have no choice but to pop it. It doesn't find the damage, but Stout finds their first round.
Yeah, that's a really good round from there, and I think arguably a more commanding round than the previous in Control. Even though it went 100 to 94, a lot of that just comes down to the fact that there are fights you're just going to lose against EMP, you know, the one fight that UW Stout needed to win, EMP was there. They scouted out Thor, made sure the Lucio was hit, no survivability against it, and the cleanup crew was in play. So UW Stout, a good recovery from round number 1, but we're not out of it yet. It has been a close map overall, and it needs to be a third round to try and solve our victory.
Oh yeah, it will be another mirror. They're enjoying the similar compositions, and rightfully so. They've both been finding a extreme amount of damage and value going forward. It's all going to start at the brawl at the top of the stairs, but who will be able to work it out? I think Mr. Bubble doesn't have too much damage onto their shield, and forcing out that immortality field is crucial. Bent up, sending out the spam. They don't have any true protection of it. Now with their own immortality field out of play, the flip or the script has been flipped. They have to back off, and even though they've only lost their main tank, they don't have what it takes to continue the fight.
Yeah, sometimes one player is a little bit more important than the rest. In this case, the main tank is the most difficult to kind of control the fight with. So only Orange will get some progress early.
And a huge amount of charge here. Silly Phil shooting through the Ant Matrix. It will force them back. They don't find any kills, but they create the space enough to earn more percentage on the objective. And now they're going through the main entrance. King Bunny, the brunt of the defense. And now maybe a huge Riptire with the teleportation. It's massive. It actually causes 4 kills in that one.
Yeah, that is remarkable stuff. I think the Riptire also knocks Cheddar off the map. So that gives kill credit for the pilot as well as the mech. And I mean, that teleport is going to so much value in terms of fight wins for Illini Overwatch, right? Think of the Earth Shatter in map or round number 1, and obviously the Riptire here. Now you can see a long rotation as UW Stout try to go through the server room here to meet in close quarters.
And now it's time for Bent Up to send their own TP tire, but it has nowhere near the same amount of value that UIUC had. The photon barrier keeps them safe, or at least if they were on the correct side of it. Now Mr. Rickles sends one of their own, and their beam is huge, dealing so much damage, but if only there was a target where they could actually reach. Stuck in that bear trap, they have no way to get through, but the rest of the squad, they're cleaning up UIUC, and this should be a conversion of the point, but watch out for that Diva Bomb. Doesn't find the value.
Doesn't find. There's a sound barrier as well, so maybe he does find value actually. Perhaps not in the sense of getting the objective, but certainly of denying resources away from your opponent. And I mean, now UW Stout has the unenviable position of having to face up that 70% marker of their opposition, so about one fight into last fight territory, and they don't really have a ton, so UW Stout is going to have to make the most of their resources with just the Ant Matrix and the self-destruct of their own.
Here comes the Ant Matrix, but not in the range. I don't think the Fire Strike actually had that damage boost, but it doesn't matter. The Mortality Field used up by Marble, so they will have to wait for that cooldown to return before that fight starts.
Yeah, and now, I mean, look at that. It's just 1 check mark to 4 for Illini Overwatch. They're going to walk back in with a wealth of resources.
Okay, here comes another time for that tire to go through the teleporter, and it does hit the mark. Of course, and Crimson leads the charge, removing 2 from play, and it is an easy conversion, but it did cost them quite a bit.
Even so, I mean, UW Stout collapsed in that fight, so they don't have a lot to return with, and now you're just in that situation where, you know, counting up to that 80% mark, Illini Overwatch have the ability to shutter the opposition on their entry. Look at this, the shatter, obviously, but sound barrier for sustain as well, and you're gonna have the photon barrier midway through this fight.
Coming down from the top of the stairs, maybe. Oh my god, Mr. Bubble is so low. They have to force out the immortality field. They don't gain any ground, and neither does Bent Up's Riptire. Mr. Bubble does find the value. They remove Thor from play with that Earth Shatter, but what else are they able to bring to the table? It's actually Cheddar and Bent Up dealing so much damage. They're finding the eliminations, and the Baby Diva jumping around the objective won't do anything else to save the day.
Yes, that's going to be a fight turned over, but it's not out of the woods yet here for UW Stout. It's a first step to perhaps taking this map in their control, but I mean, it's just the Ant Matrix again. We've seen that UW Stout has not made the most efficient use of theirs, you know, on this re-entry. That's going to have to provide a large amount of damage here for the UW Stout to actually try and take control of this map.
Okay, there it is, the Amp Matrix, but Silly Phil, when this player has the Riptire, it always brings value. It only removes the Immortality Field, but it's enough because they have to force out the beat drop. They will have the extra shield, but will it be enough for them to continue contesting the fight? Actually, Master Bubble has so much impact, they already removed the tank. They take out the damage dealers, Rickles follows it up, and they win the fight with so little percentage remaining.
And now this is a panic contest. I mean, you can see the spawns are trying to walk back in. Someone needs to tap the overtime trigger. It looks like it's going to be the Doomfist here. Chopper will not get there, but they have triggered overtime in the meantime.
They need to get in. They need to make this fight worthwhile. Starting it off, King Bunny sends in the self-destruction and might not find the value. In fact, it doesn't. And now Master Bubble all alone. Bent Up sending in some support. It finds zero value. Bent Up, the Riptires have done nothing so far, but their plays individually are making up for it. Now Cheddar being removed from the mech, removed from the fight. The Diva has no impact. Master Bubble is still fighting for their life, and they will be able to stave off the assault. UW Stout, they win it out.
Oh, what a close round, though. It went down to the wire. In fact, we had 100 to 90 plus as every single round. Silly Fail will get our highlight here, but no, that was spectacular stuff. And I mean, you know, the one difference maker here has to be, I mean, this teleporter working overtime to get eliminations for Illini Overwatch. However, in the end, it was in fact UW Stout coming to claim victory in map number 1. So they take the early lead, and now Illini Overwatch. We said this would have to be the one that they won, right? This is again, that is sort of the narrative we have to kind of highlight in these moments, because it's not just about the overall standings, it's about who you're playing and strength of schedule as well. And going down map 1 makes things a little bit more difficult, as you now need to win 3 out after you've already lost a map.
Not to mention, they were in the driver's seat for a majority of that last round, but they lost it in the end. And I think we have to point out that there were so many great ultimates out of Silly Phil, so many Riptires that were huge. Chopper's teleporters were a great benefit, but even despite all those awesome plays, Crimson going through the teleporter, finding the hits, they still weren't able to get it out. Actually, I know, I think the play from Crimson was back in the night market. They did win it, but in the end, despite not having that Riptire value, Stout still able to work it out. It doesn't matter about the ultimates. It just comes down to the full-on team play. Yeah,
and I mean, there's a couple of instances that come to mind. Obviously, the one fight where the Ant Matrix and Self-Destruct were the only 2 ultimates at the table. Those were lost fights for UW Stout. So, I mean, heading into the next map, there's a lot of places where both teams can have success sort of elevated for them. UW Stout obviously has the 1 map buffer to kind of work with here, but you know, even still, there were places you could exploit in terms of their gameplay. And if you're Illini Overwatch, you need to identify those in the coming maps to try and you know, equalize a series for map number 2. And I mean, you know, it bears repeating because it is so critical. Overwatch is an ultimate based game. You know, that's kind of how you win team fights. If you're losing fights where you have that ultimate advantage, that's something that needs to be addressed like instantly, because you're just going to lose more maps than you really should. Even if you're winning out, you know, let's say you're winning 20% of the fights where you're not supposed to, you're still losing the majority of them. If you have more ultimates, you're not getting value out of that. So I want to see a little bit of improvement there from Illini Overwatch in map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, Bent Up had such difficulty finding the value. I think the last one they had, it removed the Immortality Field from play, which, yeah, that is a value, but what you're looking for is those big eliminations, because, you know, Silly Phil got so many of them. If that was the case, I think Stout would have won by a even greater degree if they found more value using those Riptires, because they were nary applicable to the majority of those fights.
Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it. Perhaps in regard. So we'll see how that kind of comes through. And I mean, you know, I would expect to see more Reinhardt, because I'm going to give you another 3 choices of map number 2. And viewers at home, you know the drill. It's King's Row. You know,
you didn't even let me guess, LaFon.
Yeah, because at that point the guess is just like, what? It's if you guessed anything else, you're throwing. So I'll just assume you were going to guess King's Row and then give you the point anyway.
No, I can't throw the broadcast. That's yeah. No, Master Bubble definitely did have a solid job of maintaining the cooldowns on the shields. I feel like we never saw the barrier truly break unless Master Bubble was going to die. Unless they were
Yeah.
dying, the barrier wasn't broken. So it was a great utilization and kind of monitoring of those cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing we can kind of also address is that as of late, the stylistic choice for Kings Row has really been for for the offensive team has been the Wrecking Ball, kind of hyper aggressive look. And interestingly, I think the defense has sort of evolved to a more Orisa dependent one. So you're thinking the double shield, sometimes the Ashe, sometimes the Hanzo, but regardless, playing around that, UIUC gonna shoe that idea. They're gonna go for the brawl with the Reinhardt and the Mei. So we'll see how well Dr. Eggman can succeed. Who is a substitute, by the way. So coming in place of Crimson after map number 1. Or sorry, for Mr. Bubble after map number 1.
Mr. Rickles sitting up top. They're looking for a good spot to be in, and now that Bunny has that attention kind of diverted over into that alleyway, it might be a good time for them to go for the fight, but they're stuck in that alley. They're stuck in the tight quarters. The spots have been swamped. Now Bent Up has an open opportunity, but Chopper now from the back line using that Cassidy flashbang doesn't actually get to find the value. It's Marvel who cleans it up. This is such a scattered fight.
Yeah, it is a scattered fight, and I will say there is some interesting looks here. Baptiste is going to be an interesting one because it's not really going to be playing with the rest of the team. Has to play at an off angle, trying to play alongside Cheddar mostly. But in this instance, the respawn is not actually going to favor the offense simply because the health pools has too much sustained for UIUC. On top of that, though, there is one tick gained over as UW Stout tries to re-engage.
Dr. Eggman flying through the skies, might be able to get the pile driver some value. It knocks up a bit of players, but we're constantly moving over to the side staircase.
That's another tick for free,
sure,
though.
Yeah, that was very odd how they can divert the attention. They have 2 ticks so far.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, you need an anchor. You need someone to be anchoring there. King Bunny is the last one down, and or the last one into the fight, and actually gets DMAX, so they can't reset. Or they can't anchor the objective. That's the off-tank's job, really. With Mr. Rickles going down, though, this is going to be a fight that should be ended before it even begins.
Oh, Eggman gets stuck, but they're saved by the Immortality Field. Here comes the Ant Matrix out from Marble, and before Eggman even has a chance to go for the pile driver, before they can really find the value out of that minefield, they're shot out of the sky.
Yeah, they don't get exactly that. That means that there's no real follow-up damage or the minefield does not get a lot of value. Dr. Eggman is back, but I mean, you can see trying to hit the objective. You can barely contest the objective, tries to do so, but spam is too good from the front line.
I mean, they're constantly getting it. No one's there to contest now. Finally, with Mr. Rickles moving on to the points. They did have more bodies, but Chopper with the Deadeye takes out 2.
Ant Matrix from the high ground here for Cheddar to spam through. They're just trying to pressure out players. UIUC doing a good job of slowing things down, though, as Chopper and Bent Up try and take a duel, a 1v1. That is sort of stymies both players. Soft reset, still, UW Stout running out of resources here.
Yeah, all of their ultimates are being put into different situations, not really in conjunction of the fights. Crimson almost goes down, saved by the Immortality Field, and honestly body blocked by the rest of their squad. They're maintaining control. 2 players on the objective, slowly making their way up, but now it's time for the contest. We have that amplification matrix. The pile driver in the back line might be huge, but it actually traps them into the Dragon Strike. That's huge. They have to force out the beat drop, but will it be enough? It doesn't seem to be so.
This is the first real clean fight UW Stout has taken this entire map. The contest is not going to be very much longer as it's just the Lucio. Thor will be eliminated. The point will flip over. So the first real fight that UW Stout is able to take as a team, they win, though aided very much by the fact that they had taken 2 ticks already. So they will get through to the streets phase. However, time is not on their side. 2 minutes 45 here as the chip damage tries to be applied by Mr. Rickles.
Yeah, they were playing way too scattered in the beginning. And finally, once they had that Dragon Strike on top of Dr. Eggman's pile driver, that was what they needed because they baited him out a little bit to go meet the fight. But here comes a Gravitic Flux. It doesn't find anyone because the players caught in it are already dead. Follow it up with the pile driver, and that is a recipe for disaster or success if you're UW Stout.
That's a fight they needed, right? They're gonna get a lot more progress here. Now they have to make sure they don't lose any players on this aggressive post. You can see, here's the thing. It's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors now for this next fight. Arguably the final fight of seconds. Simply because UIUC has more resources. However, UW Stout could use it to their advantage. In fact, they will. There's that Ant Matrix early to take as much damage through as they can.
Oh, and it still allows some spam coming through with the adjusted damage from Cheddar. They're backed off into a corner, and it created so much space. Maybe Dr. Eggman, keep them in that area, drop the minefield. That might be interesting play. However, I think it'll be used purely to deny a contestant. There it is, dropping onto it. The amplification matrix is put into play, but Eggman swings right into a blizzard. That might be an issue, and Chopper on the back line is hoping to find some kills, but the Transcendence kept players alive for a little bit longer. But now, with it out and the Deadeye in, that'll be all for UW Stout.
That is a really good recontest from UIUC, though, as they dodge the minefield and they get the pick off critically before the mines are applied. So they have an advantage going to that fight, even as Crimson was eliminated early because he's walking back late into the fight. And on top of that, the Blizzard actually, even with the Transcendence, you can still burn through a standing target fairly quickly, and that is what happens. And Chopper, a very, very clean flank to end it all up. Now UW Stout are in an awkward position because Crimson should have the easiest shatter here that they're ever looking at.
Oh, a bit of a miss, but it does find one. The Gravitic Flux removes Silly Phil, but it's the response of the Earth Shatter. It's huge, at least 3, and it sends them running away, cowering, because they have nothing left to continue this fight.
And they only have 30 seconds left to continue the offense as well. So now, I mean, here's the real issue. You tried to commit everything to that last fight if you're UW Stout, and they did. Now they have nothing, and it's all going to be down to mechanical play. On top of that, they have to worry about Marble's Ant Matrix here. That's so much damage to be staring down if you're at the offense.
Oh, and another flashbang, but here's the Ant Matrix. It can be used on either side. It doesn't matter that a flank is coming through. Chopper and crew can find value on either end. The Ant Matrix does help him out, but no one goes down except for Cheddar. King Bunny back away to contest the objective, but here comes the Ant Matrix, but no one is left to actually fight it out, and no one's on the objective to cause the overtime to continue.
Yeah, that'll be round number 1 completed as UW Stout are denied even the second point. So Illini Overwatch doing a great job of halting progress now as they have a very winnable map. This does not look unsurmountable in the least as the payload stops here, just shy of the second point.
Now it all comes down to seeing what Stout has to offer in terms of a defense. Their attacks were scattered at best when it comes to that first objective. Maybe they could have more of a rock-solid defense to prevent UIUC from having a swift entry into the objective.
We'll see how well they apply. This is going to be really interesting, actually. Highly mobile defense from UW Stout. They're going back to the wrecking ball, right? So obviously, Dr. Eggman comes in as a specialist on that role. We saw Master Bubble, playing the Reinhardt, playing the Winston, Dr. Eggman playing the wrecking ball. But interesting adaptation. Bentup's going to go over to the Ashe. Not a lot of support though. No pocket from a Mercy, obviously. Nope. I think the most interesting thing is that they're, running the BAP to play sort of an AoE heal for Cheddar mostly, and trying to just get those long range heals on Dr. Eggman's going to be a real struggle. We'll see how well they can do. Chopper goes for an early shot, but nothing. So back to the Cassidy.
Get in the saddle and let's ride.
Fence up now, rotating around, looking for some supreme high ground positioning. Caught off by that pile driver, and now they're moving into that same position we saw Stout. What is the plan? It's good to get some high ground. However, with all these players in such a tight position, I think it could be good for some spam damage to come through. However, Thor actually gets a headshot over to Bentup. That's a great deal of damage they're losing out in this next fight.
Yeah, this is going to now come down to the two flankers, Dr. Eggman and Mr. Rickles, to really come up clutch here, because this high ground rotation is going to force. That's a great May wall, actually trap everyone here in the ceiling.
Once they drop down, this is when the action shall begin, but no one is here to greet them, really. I mean, Dr. Eggman is going around the statue, but the positions have been flipped again. I mean, Bentup is over on the right side trying to spam through the shield and break it out. But now, that wall is actually huge because it allows for an undamaging contest for Dr. Eggman. But now that the walls are broken, the Amp Matrix is up, is the damage coming through. Now with this minefield, it may be the saving grace, but no one is actually taking damage from it.
Everyone's just kind of huddled in this corner. The unfortunate thing is they're still contesting the objective, so progress is being made. And now this is a fight that needed to be won by UW Stout. They're not going to get it. It's going to be the point flipped, and on top of that, they're going to get some staggered kills. This is disastrous for the defense. UW Stout running out of players, running out of time, and more critically, have given UIUC a lot more space to work with.
5 minutes to run it down. I believe it was half that Stout had in order to make their way to that second objective. It is going to be a great deal more difficult for Stout to have a similar defense. They're prolonging it all this time. I mean, all this space taken as well by UIUC. They need to find a way to flash back quick.
This needs to be the clean fight win from here on out, because you can see where the check mark of the end of the map is. Even as we flip around the corner, big play. Here's going to be the Blizzard, I think, from Silly Phil.
And there it is. They're already stuck around in that immortality field. They wanted to rally around it, so it's the perfect placement out of Phil, and that is a team kill without any issue at all. They still have some ultimates to work with. This is a disaster for Stout.
Yeah, it's desperation. I mean, you can see Bentup switching over to Doomfist. They need someone to just contest. I don't know who that's going to be. Dr. Eggman likely the fastest one back, but the cart needs to be halted like right now. They need someone to contest right now.
Oh, they can't even reach it. The Earth Shatter stops Eggman right before they can approach it and get within distance. And Illinois Orange, they win map 2 in a very convincing fashion.
Yeah, just complete control in this one. Sharpshooter. This is where he kills Bentup, I think. Yep. Watch this.
Oh my god. And that was it.
Yep.
That was pretty much all they needed to win.
Yep. Oh man, I love seeing Lucio sharpshooters. They will never not make me laugh. They're just so funny. Yeah, speaking, I mean, just that really is the sort of definition of how that map went. And I mean, that's a vastly different look from Illini Overwatch and frankly from UW Stout as well, Liz. I have to admit, that was not nearly as collected as map number 1 for them. And I think, you know, they come in with an idea to play this Wrecking Ball composition, which is not a bad comp by any stretch. We've seen it have a ton of success in even previous weeks here on the NACE Starleague. However, I'd say the execution left a little bit to be desired. And credit to Illini for being able to identify the weak points, pressure them, and then just deny progress to UW Stout for the victory.
Yeah, they didn't even allow Dr. Eggman to find any good positioning because anytime they showed face, it was just an immediate, resolute response, usually being frozen, usually being knocked around and shot out of the sky. We saw when they tried to utilize that minefield in their first attempt on the offense, and it did not work out at all. Going in for the minefield, it kind of just felt like you dropped your food on the floor. I'm trying to make a noise like wah, wah. That's what it seemed like to me. I was trying to just build up to that. I didn't want to make the noise, but that's what it was. It was just a big disappointment in terms of the value that they were hoping to find out of that composition to play around.
Yeah, I don't want to point too many fingers at any individual player, of course, because that was a team effort for both squads. But I will highlight that playing against that May, Reinhardt, Cassidy for the mobile characters needs a little bit of an adaptation. You can't just go face first into them like you would against an Orisa comp. You're gonna get the brawl's just too strong. You need to play more skirmish, more skirmishes being taken by those mobility comp players. So I'd like to see if they choose to continue using that composition in further maps, for that to be something that they change, especially if it seems that Illini Overwatch is not going to change up their style, and I don't think they will. With it having been as successful as it was on map number 2, they're going to be bolstered quite significantly as they play in the remaining parts of the series, as we head into map number 3 here in just a moment.
Yeah, it's going to be Route 66, and actually UIUC will be doing a bit of a adjustment on their roster. I don't know how it will affect their composition. Thor, the Lucio player who actually got that very nice The very nice snipe to somehow spark their first engagement and lead to success. They will be taking a seat back as they will be replaced by a Zoolander. I'm wondering if this will be just an adjustment of the composition. A player maybe wants to get more reps because they're feeling very confident off of that most recent map. But I mean, it is yet to be determined. I'm excited to see what this particular player will have and will offer.
Right.
And also, I want to see the response of Stout. How are they going to bounce back from this?
Yeah, my first gut instinct for what this composition is going to be something either based around Brig or Mercy. That's kind of what I kind of feel. So maybe a more high, like a higher tempo kind of style. Using the word higher tempo is sort of a misnomer because obviously Brawl is quite high tempo, but I mean more the high mobility compositions of like a Wrecking Ball or Winston or something like that. So that's my first instinct. We'll see if I'm correct. But yeah, for UW Stout, this definitely needs to be a recovery map. And with how close map number 1 was, and it sort of ticked over to UW Stout, the fact that map number 2 was so dominant for Illini, I think might also be a mental thing. So we'll see how well they can recover from that aspect of the game. Here as Route 66, as you said, will be for map number 3.
Well, actually, we're getting even more info. There is a second substitution, that being from Crimson, the Reinhardt, the main tank player that had been providing so much defense, so much value in terms of protecting and halting completely that Wrecking Ball player and just the composition in general. They're being adjusted. Frenchie's coming in. Now it really gets me thinking of what is the new play. You were saying it was Brigitte or Mercy now that we had an adjustment in support, but now we have an adjustment in the tank line as well.
This also kind of I think reinforces that idea that it's probably Wrecking Ball that'll be the play here. Again, that rotation. We'll see how well we resolve it. At least off the top, I'm correct. So that's nice.
Well, that's good.
There's still time for them to change, but there's the Brig, there's the Wrecking Ball, so, my powers of deduction are unmatched.
You're a smart man, LaFon.
I think the word is, just watched a lot of Overwatch for a very long time.
You have a lot of game knowledge, LaFon.
UW Stout gonna probably mirror out as well. I think that the counter Brig should probably be brought out here for the support for UW Stout. There's not a lot of value being gained from the Amp Matrix, I have to say, for Marvelous Mel. Not through any fault of their own, but simply something that perhaps just a min-max thing. Maybe try and find an adaptation, right?
Yeah, they don't have so much as a front line that would find the value they're looking for, but starting things off, wow, Dr. Eggman goes down in quite a pinch. They have a good amount of positioning, though. Mr. Rickles has allowed to create some space between the players here. Sitting on the roof trying to find that value, and now French and King Bunny are starting to strike back, and very hard at that.
Yeah, you can see how strong Brig is even now. Gets a...
Oh my god, he got booped.
Yeah. That means that there's going to be a lot of ult charge over to King Bunny. But, man, both these compositions are like halfway to the real thing. And you can see where sort of those pain points are. For UIUC, there's no one to really assist Frenchie on the front line. For UW Stout, there it is. That's the right change. You go over the Brig, you have a little bit more brawl potential. Good start. Chopper no longer able to put pot shots down, so you also have something to deal with Frenchie, who has been a rather big threat for UW Stout up to this point.
Now there are some players hanging out on the top. You have the Junkrat being Silly Phil, reprising that role, had so much value previous map. Maybe they could continue it, but really it's King Bunny who's taking the fight to Stout. And they have no real response at the moment. Cheddar even going down with the long-range shots out of Chopper. And maybe King Bunny can continue to find this pain, this damage, but it's a pulse bomb to knock him out. However, there is no follow-up. They're going down. Mr. Rickles no longer in the fight.
Oh, and now... Oh no, they're playing hero. Okay, they switched entire composition now as they're going over to double shield for UW Stout, not finding any value with the Wrecking Ball, so... Okay, I mean, fair play, fair play. This composition is fine. You'll have the Dragon Strike, so I would like to see UW Stout play up aggressively on the objective, just hold down the fort, and then kind of play around the minefield that Frenchie has, with the Dragon Strike and the Gravitic Flux being the main effect of this map, or of this fight.
Chopper is going to start to have less and less value as they have abilities to get up close and personal, maybe with Mr. Rickles in play, but That is actually a pretty huge startup. King Bunny using the minefield, or actually Frenchie using the minefield to remove that from play. And they will be able to have some more value. Here comes the Gravitic Flux. It doesn't find the value because the Transcendence is there to save the day. Marvel keeping their players alive on King Bunny, lighting up the kill feed. You will always see this player doing damage.
Now, now it calls for the reset, though. UW Stout, ooh, so low. Bent up just kind of hiding in a corner, hoping a wayward shot does not find them. But there's no one really facing, so they'll be healed up post-haste. And, I mean, time is of the essence here. A minute left on the clock for UW Stout. They don't really have a lot of answers to the questions that UIUC is setting up. And you'd like to see an uncontested early pickoff. Oh, God, Silly Phil in the corner. Look at this. Riptire's online. I don't know that anyone's going to scout down here.
Here it comes. Let's see what the value is. No, Silly Phil. They don't find it. Well, they do force out the Immortality Field, and that may provide a good cooldown adjustment in this fight to go forward. Bent up, sending out so much great damage. They have the Dragon Strike, but it won't be necessary because, oh, a great fall up the map, a great boop. They're just continuing to walk this one down.
No healers left either for UW Stout, so that means this damage is going to be lasting. And yeah, with the Brig and the Wrecking Ball being the last two left alive, this is going to be a problem. Marvelous Mel uses the rally, which has ticked away, so they'll have a lot of armor, but no more healing. And 10 seconds remaining. This is last fight on this point.
Silly Phil shooting from the sky. They have no one to shoot him out. Maybe Bent Up can get the job done, but largely uncontested. Removing the supercharger from play will be useful. Here comes the Dragon Strike through the wall. It doesn't find the value. The self-destruct. It takes out the opposing D.Va, and no one is here to actually push the objective.
Rather anticlimactic end to the round there, Los, I have to say, as a bunch of zoning ults applied and no one goes down. So it's going to just be the full hold here on first, or as much of a full hold as you often get on Route 66. And now, I mean, this is desperation time for UW Stout. You had the early lead in the series, but since the end of Lijiang Tower, it's been all Illini. And it feels inevitable this map will take over to their favor, barring an absolute miracle hold here from UW Stout.
I think it was an anticlimactic end to the round. I think the round itself was anticlimactic. It seemed that there was no foothold that Stout could find to actually just get the payload going or get a fight working in their favor. I mean, King Bunny working as such a great frontline player, always getting in the faces of the healers. Turbinator had been removed from play so many times by King Bunny.
Yeah, I have to say, the composition setup too, right, for UIUC is getting away with way more than they should be able to. Like, King Bunny is doing a lot well, yes, absolutely, not to take anything away from the off-tank player, but, I mean, how often does a D.Va run into both supports uncontested and walk away with 2 eliminations, right? Like, UW Stout needs to peel a little bit more for their supports to try and, you know, if their opposition to play that aggressively on the backline, bait them into it. We'll see how well they can recover, though, as they go over to the double shield for the defense and what could be a final hold here as we see Chopper and Silly Phil both switch over to the projectile. Long range damage here.
Bunny, the one to lead the charge. Maybe they could continue to find their face checks of the support to work out in their favor, but this time they're getting spammed out. They have to back off and find a new strategy. Silly Phil putting in a good amount of damage, or at least the spam to break those shields. Might be able to continue to find some value if they wrap around. But at this point, no real fight is beginning. Everyone's just sending out pot shots at each other.
Frenchie gets stunned, but will not get eliminated as there's the adaptive shields. And a trade here does not favor the defense.
And the moment I say nothing's happening, that's when Frenchie decides to pile drive everyone, force out the Immortality Field, allow so much damage for the rest of the squad to pile upon, and essentially UW Stout is all but dead. They can roll this one right to the end. I don't think anyone's left to even defend this point. There's no way they can make it back in time either, unless they have Dr. Eggman, but that's far too gone.
Yeah, they're not even gonna be able to touch. Oh, UW Stout, unlucky. Illini Orange will take the map 2, and I have to say it's felt on the maps where Illini has had the major advantage. It's felt inevitable that they'd win, right? Like that. At no point was I really surprised at the kind of recovery that was brought through here. get a quick highlight of the game, but that was not enough to win out the map. And we've gotten two, yep, another real representation of how that map went as we get back into it. Los, it has been, I think, while a 2-1 scoreline is what we see on the board, how we've gotten here has got to be perhaps one of the more surprising ways to have such a close game play out.
Yeah, this is this is not what I expected when
No.
we were on Lijiang Tower. This is not what I expected to go forward. I mean, UIUC is playing a completely different game of Overwatch. Stout, they haven't found the tools, maybe the composition, maybe just the positioning of themselves to be able to even go against in a single fight against UIUC. I don't think they won a single one because maybe it was just an extended play
Yeah.
back on that first objective. They never fully won a fight.
A lot of this wrecking ball composition that they've chosen to play has been haphazard in how they've approached it. And I mean, you know, there's a fine line when you're playing a composition that is as volatile as this wrecking ball based one is. On the one hand, yes, you are chaotic, correct, in how you approach fights. On the other, you do need to be collected in how you approach it as a squad. It's a 2-4 setup, which means the wrecking ball tracer set up a flank, and then the 4 players sort of hold down the fort on the front line. Right now, we're not seeing very much of that, and Dr. Eggman and Mr. Rickles are like kind of on islands by themselves, kind of doing their own thing. So if they're going to keep running this composition, that needs to be fixed post haste if they want to keep the series going and send us into a map 5.
Well, we'll see if they can adjust and make those changes to head into map 4. But before we get there, we're going to head to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. UIUC versus UW Stout continues right after this. Welcome back to NACE Starleague Overwatch. We're still in the middle of our heated series between UIUC and UW Stout. Illini Overwatch currently running away with it. Only need one more map to put this series to bed. However, there still is an opportunity for Stout to come back swinging. Amlo still on the desk with LaFon. What are we thinking as we are going to head into Volskaya Industries for map 4?
Well, we haven't heard any information that there are any subs yet, so just checking over at my notes there. But yeah, this is. I would be surprised if we really changed too many composition. Volskaya has heralded. We've seen a lot more of those fast-paced plays brought into this map. So I mean, I would not be surprised if that continues to be the style. I would like to see a little bit more evolution from the teams, even between maps. Right? These are things that you can fix mid-map. It's rare for me to say that when we see teams that are perhaps underperforming or struggling a little bit. But I think this is definitely, things that could be resolved here in Volskaya. And I mean, for UW Stout, it needs to be if they want this series to continue. We said that at the end of the last map. This is an important one for them. They need this victory to force a map 5. And I'm looking at what we kind of see here. Nothing really surprises me at this point in terms of what we're seeing. Silly Phil on the Tracer. This is what I like to see. This is going to be a composition that's a little bit more coherence from Illini Orange on the defensive end of things. For UW Stout, it's going to all come down to Bent Up landing a hack, and then they'll be able to clean up crew from there.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to see the return of Bent Up on the Somra, because that is a crucial part that allowed them to find a bit of success, but it also was brought in the same time. It was a mirror composition when we were on the Garden.
Yeah.
Maybe this can be a one-sided affair. The Chopper won't be able to respond back in kind. Gee, going very deep. Actually, no, it's Dr. Eggman going very deep. What is currently happening right now? This is such a interesting play.
And now we see two wild wrecking balls in their habitat gleefully dance each other. Oh boy, what a rollback though.
No. Oh my god.
Yeah, goodbye, Turpinator. And that's just a really clean reset. That's the power of wrecking ball there. You're on one side of the map for a moment, and all of a sudden you're on the entire end. And Turpinator was not expecting that in the slightest. And obviously with Silly Phil coming in with the cleanup as well, both players combining for the elimination. That's just the fight over. So really good stuff. It's going to mean that Cheddar's going to flip over to the D.Va for a little bit more peel against that dive, but that's just a really clean engagement.
That
oh
seems to be
boy,
over
nice
before
stun
it even
too.
started. Again in the back line, Mr. Rickles looking for something Bent Up. At least have that is that escape translocator. Dr. Eggman on the back line. It's three flankers who feel like they're not on the same team right now. That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's kind of the situation I kind of highlighted as well. And I mean, this is it's you can see isolated fights being taken. Sillyfield will get stunned, but there's no follow-up damage. So this fight's as good as over. I don't even think there will be an elimination for UW Stout at the end of all of this, unless Mr. Phillips can pull off a miracle. And they won't. In fact, Sillyfield is going to hunt them down, and I like that. Force a Tracer back out. Another change. Bent Up going over to the Cassidy. The Sombra was not getting a lot of foothold, so perhaps this will put a little bit more pace, or deny a little bit of that space to Frenchie, right, with the flashbang and a little bit more follow-up damage. But and obviously against Chopper in the air, still it's a tall ask for the Cassidy player.
Okay, Frenchie actually taking a decent amount of damage. They have to retreat, but they will get the health back and live to fight another day. Silly Phil taking some serious damage. They do have the healing orb now. Maybe this could be a good opportunity for them to zip in, use the pulse bomb. They don't have D.Va on the defense. There is a potential stick. No, it's not enough to remove Marvelous Mel from the fight. We'll stay alive. The Frenchie can block things off. There is no entry into the objective either. This fight feels so disjointed, but now there's a real point of entry, but they're getting knocked right into the minefield. Here comes the Transcendence to try and save the day, but it'll only stall the inevitable.
Yeah, and the duplicate was there onto the D.Va as well, so self-destruct over the top. Calm Mech does not even need to deal damage as everyone is eliminated. And, I mean, now you're down to the last minute here, and UW Stout, it felt like that was their best opportunity for the entry. Mr. Rickles got both the DMAC and the elimination onto the pilot, taking King Bunny out of it, but UIUC responded with just a lot more damage in the front line. Just throw everything at the table, and, in fact, everything worked, so... Now, you're heading into this last 45 seconds, and you need someone to make a miracle play, a hero play for sure.
Big pile driver, but it leaves them out in the open. A stun and some flashbangs to to keep them unable to move. And that will be the first pick of the fight. Should be able to create some advantage. With King Bunny now has that self-destruct. There is no barrier to keep him safe. It's sent sky high. Maybe the Brigitte can save the day, but Zen goes down. Turbinator dies, but before they can remech, they are removed. King Bunny does lose their life, and now there is some signs of life. They have the objective, 3 players on it, no one there to actually contest it. And the Transcendence will be committed by Marble, and maybe this will stall enough time for the rest of the cavalry to arrive.
Yeah, Cheddar's forced to use the self-destruct of their own. It's going to find space created, which is going to open up the backline for Dr. Eggman, and that should be an opportunity here for the reset. Still, Silly Phil coming in clutch, picks up 2, and Illini are not out of this yet.
Oh, certainly not. Chopper in the backline is coming up crazy. They just need to keep the fight on the objective, but they can't. The minefields provided too big of a threat. They walked on, they risked dying and losing out, but regardless, Stout is still in the fights.
Yeah, they are not done yet, and that's a good start. I mean, they're not going to be able to.
I would say that.
It's a start. The elimination to the chopper onto chopper, obviously they can't really follow up on. They can't get it to the objective, but oh my goodness, Dr. Eggman taking so much damage. Look at that focus fire from everyone on Illini Orange's side. Obviously coupled with the Discord orb, making life difficult for the Wrecking Ball player.
Sure, they could do at this point. Bent up, backing out, hopefully looking for a shot. Someone wants to peek their head out too far, get aggressive, start a pick. Will initiate this fight. At this point, they have no in. They don't have an in, but Mr. Rickles on the objective. Maybe something can start here with the Deadeye, but no, it's baited out. Bent up doesn't find the value, but they get a good headshot on the Silly Phil. Turbinator having that Transcendence. It extends the fight, keeps everyone alive. Chopper up in the skies, might be able to get the beam on good, but they fall down and lose their life, and somehow Stout are seriously making a go at this one.
Here's the rally to keep this one going. Here's a self-destruct, of course, in return. If they can dodge this, this is still winnable, but a lot of damage coming out of the front line.
King Bunny didn't have any value with that self-destruct. They didn't find the kills they were looking for, and now they have the Discord Orb. They're taking plenty of damage, but Marble, this time it's their turn to use the Transcendence, and it should be a full-on clear.
Yeah, it's still, though, that's 1 tick gained for UW Stout, so it's not without, it's perhaps not the victory they would have wanted, but better than nothing, right? They gained progress there and move things forward. Here's the disaster part, though. They are headed to a minute 10, so there's a fight and a half left, and UIUC are in control of the resource bank and all of that. Isolate Mr. Rickles on an island. The 3 players there, the 3 flankers, get in and deal damage. Now they're making sure to hold forward at the spawn to prevent even more time from being committed.
Okay, there goes the minefield. It stops them from going through that choke point or even taking the fight. Really, they're getting knocked through the minefields. A great hit by Frenchie. Put them in even more damage. Silly Phil also good pulse bomb, but now they have some time. They have some ability to move up. Space is being taken, but the second they move up, there's someone in the back line to put bullets in their back.
Yeah, I mean, that's just 30 seconds being taken. That was 40 seconds, in fact, taken off the clock, and that's going to delay even more as Marvelous Mel is eliminated. So all of these resources that the offense has, it's all for naught if they can't even get to the objective. And with 17 seconds left, counting down, I mean, you're looking at this and saying, what is the end game play? Who's going to get to the objective, and how are you going to contest as a team? Chopper looking for the duplicate will likely be on to the Diva. All things considered, this is a disastrous start.
Okay, Dr. Eggman is the only one there, and now it's the cavalry. It's here. They have the Transcendence. The minefield is put into play. Chopper, though, they will take the form of Diva in that duplication. Maybe the Diva Bomb can find the value they're looking for. It can save the day. It does. It takes out Dr. Eggman, and now there are only a few players left to even think about taking this objective. It will not come to fruition. They have defended it, preventing 2 ticks from being taken. YUC, they do win it out. But Stout has provided a much stronger round than we thought at the beginning.
Yeah, and I mean, this means that there is no draws available now on Volskaya. The series will have a answer as to the status of map number 5 at the end of this one for sure. UIUC, all they have to do is capture 1.6 essentially objectives to give themselves the victory here. 58.6% of the second point will give them the victory here. So a lot, man, it's so tough. The fights have just been when Illinois Orange has been in control of the map, they've been able to end fights by getting a single pick off, right? We saw at the very opening of Volskaya defense that roll through from Frenchie and Silly Phil, who, they eliminated Turbinator on the Zen instantly. Obviously, there in that final fight, with 30 seconds left, they get those constant pickoffs that just denied UW Stout the opportunity to get to the objective. So Illinois Orange doing a good job here, Los, of playing not just the team fight or the objective, but also the third factor, which is the time, which is the clock. They're doing a great job of all three, and that has put them in a position to close out the series here.
I think that was showcased, especially when they dropped the minefields in that choke point while they were trying to make it through the second objective. They're so good at burning the clock here. And how are they going to manipulate the clock for their own benefit, going away, circumventing the line of fire from Ventup, just creating more space for themselves? And I think they're going to take the high ground and just, oh no, that's a huge pick onto Mr. Rickles. Now they have no one to really threaten the backline besides Dr. Eggman, but Eggman's already in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, if King Buddy gets this elimination, it feels like it's all but over on this objective. They'll stay on the point too, and one mech for the objective. You're okay with that trade any day. Clean play. And that's going to be the first objective over to Illinois Orange here, Los.
Without any real hitch. I don't think a single player died during that incursion, or maybe they died so quickly that it was just a sacrifice. No, it was the mech, just like you said. And now they have the ability to bring Bunny back into the mech, look for this initial pick. The death combination of Silly Phil and Frenchie, it's so threatening. It's so potent.
Yeah, and I mean, they've just shy of 6 minutes to get just shy of 2 ticks, right? Good start there where they take the initiation factor of Frenchie out for the defense, but I mean, that's just one fight of many they need to win.
A potential pulse bomb out from Silly Phil, but they are in a bit of a dangerous health situation, so grabbing that health pack, allowing the rest of the squad to recoup. Oh my god, that's a huge one. Onto Turbinator. Now Bob is getting into the fray. A dynamite will burn the players to the right. No one is even there for Bob to shoot at. That's how well they've taken this objective, and they're fighting for the last scraps of time. It's 6 players going against 2, and Bob will continue the effort. No one is there truly to make a contest, and that will be it. UIUC makes such a strong case to win this one out. This is a totally different team than what we saw in Lijiang.
This was a warm-up map, right? That's what they said. That's what they were likely saying to themselves after map number 1. Warm-up map it was indeed, because it was 3 straight from there on out to give themselves the victory, Los. And I mean, this will be a highlight, but it was not the series for UW Stout, as now Illinois Orange keep themselves in the hunt. We said this was an important match for them, right? This was the one they needed to win if they wanted to be in that, to reclaim that second spot ahead of the, the postseason. So a case made for sure here, as they've looked more dominant on that wrecking ball composition against their opposition than the rest of the series. So very, very strong stuff from Illinois Orange to close out the series here.
I think their strength just continued to ramp up and up and up as the series went. I don't know if it was just a reverse effect for Stout, where they were continuously losing momentum. I think it truly demonstrated how evolved they became as the series ended in that first round on Volskaya, where we consistently saw players trying to get into the backline, earning absolutely nothing. Not only was UIUC able to penetrate the backline of Stout, but they also kept their own so lock solid, allowing nothing between the cracks.
Yeah, and another thing to kind of highlight, to that point, is that going, in fights that Illinois Orange won, they often won with no casualties or very few casualties. When their opposition won a fight, that was not the case. It was a straggled, scattered affair that ended up being, like 2 players left alive trying to just continue the engagement. So Illinois Orange not only won out the end of the series, I think they won out statistically much more cleanly as well, and are rightfully the 3-1 victors here in our series of first series of the night.
Yeah, rightfully so. It was just supreme strength. Strength, and they are definitely making a strong case for themselves. Now, I had forgot. Had they fought against Redbird Esports yet, or
so?
Was
Yes,
it
Illinois Orange did face Redbird Esports Illini Orange is facing Redbirds Esports. It was UW Stout that had played up against Redbirds. So we'll see which one that comes in. Illini Orange had lost to the Pizza Pirates, and they're going to face Redbird. It's UW Stout. Sorry, the other way around. There we go. Got it this time around. So Illini Orange, they needed to win this one because they'd already lost a match prior.
Okay, well, they came out, completed their objective, and that's exactly it. They postured them so well, they're able to break out of this potential three-way tie with them, Stout, and the Pizza Pirates. So depending on how the Pizza Pirates go throughout tonight, it's minimum top 3 guaranteed for UIUC. So that's something they could take away with and feel pride on, because that's a good objective. Stout now is on the back foot. Not only did they lose today, they're also out in that 4th place spot. They're in a bit of trouble. They need to kick it up for the rest of the season, but there's only 2 weeks left to work on that.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot in the hunt for the stand-ins, though. Lowe's, before we get to that, though, we do have an interview with the victors in this match. Thor, support player for Illini Orange. Congratulations on your victory here tonight. I mean, just give me your first thoughts right off the top.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was a hard-fought game. Obviously, we came out a little slower than we would have liked, but, we hit our stride in that second map and just continued to roll through. So, I mean, yeah, I'm proud of my team. I think everybody played pretty well, and we're happy with this win.
Yeah, actually, I would like to talk about that first map really quickly because you said you came out a little slower. You still won that first round. It ended up being a 2-1, obviously 100-99 most of the way through. What was the adaptation from map 1 to map 2 that heralded such a difference in style, not just in terms of composition, obviously, but in how much more cleanly you guys played?
Yeah, I mean, on first map, we were just super slow and indecisive. I mean, usually with our matches, sometimes it'll take a map for us to just kick into gear, get our energy going and stuff like that. So we were literally wondering if we should pick King's Row because we just lost the rush mirror on Lijiang. So we were like, okay, is this really the thing to do? But then they rolled out on that Ball Sigma comp, and all that we had to do was we ran at the sort of backline that was immobile, right? The Sigma, the Zen, the BAP. And as long as we could pick them, we could just win the fight overall. So, that helped a lot. Just having a plan in mind and not just, okay, let's run at the point and see what happens, sort of a thing. And then continuing on to the other maps with our ball comps, we were, calling targets. We had plans in mind. We were planning with our ults, stuff like that. So we were just playing less slow, playing more proactive, things like that.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about Volskaya. Talk to me about how you had such a stalwart defense. I mean, you had players in the backline gunning for some early picks, but nothing was earned by Stout. How did you manage to just keep that great backline defense?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much we just kept our backline alive. And then we trust our dive pretty well. Chopper on the Echo, French on the ball, and then Silly Phil on the Tracer. They're all pretty good players. They know what to do. And especially since they didn't have a Brig, it was a lot easier to sort of get at their backline while letting ours live, because we had the Diva to peel and we had the Brig to peel versus their dive, when all that they had was a BAP and a Sigma. So it was a lot harder for them to actually live those engages. So that just made us win the long fight a majority of the time.
Yeah, fair enough. We do have to, of course, move on to sort of the big picture, though, and we have to talk about the elephant in the room, or the bird in the room, I suppose. Redbird is a team in your division. You guys are 6-1 here, right? So, still looking for that end of season play. Is that something that's on your mind here?
I'm not sure where that puts us in terms of playoffs. I haven't looked at that. But I mean, we're just trying to win the matches that we can win. We played Redbird actually. It was just a couple days ago, and it was surprising. We lost Lijiang by a hair, and we came pretty close on King's Row. So they're a really good team. They're a formidable opponent. But if we're having a good day, we can win that matchup. But yeah, I mean, they're obviously a good team. It's going to be difficult to win that.
Well, you definitely made a strong case for yourself today in this very well-earned victory. But before we go away, is there anyone you would like to give a special shout-out to?
Yeah, sure. I mean, my team, obviously. We've all just, outside of just scrims and matches, we've been, hanging out in person together, hopping on calls, playing some comp, whatever, just building synergy and building friendship, which is nice. And then my family, I think they're watching, so hi, Mom. Uh, but yeah, other than that, just, yeah, my teammates and my family.
That's a great thing to hear. Thank you so much, Thor, and congratulations on the win. But that will wrap up our first series of the night. The Overwatch action continues here at the NACE Star League right after this quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the NACE Starleague Overwatch Week 7. We're about to break down our second series of the night. I'm Los, joined by LaFon, but before we get to that, we got to talk about Metafy. Now, Metafy is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. Metafy grants players private one-on-one coaching sessions with elite coaches across a variety of games, including Overwatch. It also features a powerful replay review tool, allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by some of the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. So choose from the top Overwatch coaches and book your first session in less than 3 minutes. With Metafy, you can book your sessions and instantly chat with coaches in real time, or upload past gameplay and get expert level analysis from top players. Metafy also provides custom support for collegiate programs, so if you're an esports organizer at the collegiate level, reach out and learn how they can help your team with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. So thank you, Metafy.
Indeed, it's useful stuff there, Los. Absolutely, teams will definitely need that. That is going to be now our series coming up, though. This should be an interesting one. Right now, games have a lot of shall we say, importance towards the standings, because earlier in the season you're like, all right, this is it's going all right. We're winning. We're doing okay. Now the games really mean a lot. You have to win to go out. So we're seeing the two squads here: Loyola Marymount versus Cal Berkeley, 5-1 versus 4-2 scoreline in terms of the records. Now, as I said, these games are incredibly important. 5-1. It's good, but you'd like to be hitting that 6-1 marker to just solidify yourself in that race for the play-ins, or even perhaps to that first place position. But definitely a lot on the board here.
Yeah, I mean, this is an opportunity for LMU to break in. This can be their chance to make it to the top. There is a lot of contention here within this league. There are a lot of heavy hitters within this squad, and I'm excited. Well, within this conference, I'm excited to see this matchup because I feel like we haven't really gotten a taste of Cal Berkeley. I mean, we've seen Boise before, and we know that they bring a high level of competition. So this is it's a league full of shooters, LaFon.
Yeah, I mean, Cal Berkeley is one of the original California teams as well, so to speak. They've been around since the very, very early days of collegiate Overwatch, one of the mainstays. So to see them competing continuously is a good thing. Now, as we kind of get in, man, I'm asking these teams, please, any other map to open up this series. We're not going to get it. It is going to be Lijiang Tower. At this point, I think I'm allowed to show a little bit of discontent at the style of selection. But what that also means is that we're going to see a lot of really practiced gameplay because these teams have played on it so frequently, right? So I suppose there's trade-offs. On one hand, you get really, really good gameplay. On the other, you see the same map over and over again. So pick which one is your favorite aspect of it. But definitely Lijiang Tower is map number one here.
Disgruntled caster LaFon has had enough.
Like, can we go to Busan? I really like Busan. I'd like to see Busan more. I'll put it out there.
Oasis too. We barely did that one.
Honestly, I'll even take Ilios. Anything.
What do you mean even take Ilios? Ilios is a fun one. There's a lot of fun play, some wacky plays. It allows for a lot of creative gameplay. No, just
creative in quotation marks, yes, by which you mean environmental kills. And I know you're a particular.
Yes, that's fun.
You're a Roadhog enthusiast, so I know your thought process there. But no, to the game at hand. I mean, like we've talked about this. We've actually seen all three stages of Lijiang Tower today, which is really interesting. The setup has been really favoring the brawl, that rush brawl of the Reinhardt on the stages of Night Market and Control Center. Those two sort of stayed places. Then when we get to Garden, which has the sort of that map hazard just around the objective, it has favored a little bit more high tempo. We haven't seen Reinhardt nearly as frequently. Oftentimes the Winston will come to play. So yeah, definitely interested to see how this comes in. LMU, right, they, not to put too fine a point on it, they need to win. There's, they have to win this match. 4-2 is 5-2 is okay. It's not great, but you can make it work. 4-3 is just a really tough place to look at if you're looking at sort of the standings in terms of the towards the end of the season. So a must win for LMU at this point.
Without a doubt, if they could just drag down Cal Berkeley a little bit, it creates more opportunities for them because we've said this quite a bit. We're winding down the season. This is week 7. We've only got 2 more matches after this before it goes into play-in. So you have to give it your all. You have to ensure that you can make it to the top just for the chance to get into those opportunities. Remember, it's the top 3 that will have the opportunities to move on. But now, jumping in to the Garden, exciting stuff. We will have almost that mirror match. Okay, well, there it is.
Yeah, speaking of leaping in, there it is, the Winston, right? So getting in. We sort of saw this one coming. We touched on it at the intro as well. Winston, very popular here for a good reason. You have a little bit more mobility. Obviously, the engaged sight lines are really good for Winston here. And then you can set up the Sombra has a lot of access to health packs, can get some hacks onto the opposition. So as they meet in the courtyard of Garden, we are underway. LMU versus Cal Berkeley.
Is ensuing right outside of that pillar. Banana Bread on the left side flank looking for a shot, but they've been hacked and they have no shot of continuing this fight. A good move by Flux and they have to back off. The healing is there, however, Peter is causing some serious damage. Thick Boot, Lord Enzo, and Lep all go down. It's a reset. They gotta back off.
Yeah, Lep does not get nearly as far. It still does a lot of healing, though, and we'll have the Coalescence arguably before Coney on this next fight. Now, I mean, it really is all about this next engage, though. If you can get your Winston in behind and use the Coalescence to kind of provide pressure, that's going to be important. Dodging the hack is going to be a big critical thing as well. Big boot, though.
Oh my, that's huge. It even results in another one because Dr. Thickboot doesn't have any support after that.
I mean, it's a 2K with the Lucio before the fight even starts. Both supports down. That's the fight over, right? Like, beyond that, you can't really say much. Sometimes the fight is as simple as, oh, your Lucio got a environmental, game over. Now, I mean, we're looking to see what this play is. If you can get this Sombra hack onto perhaps the Diva, self-destruct, obviously the Primal Rage is in play for Cal Berkeley. They're going to try and get eliminations cleanly.
Okay, Lep has been hit with the hack. However, Diva Bomb doesn't find the value they were looking for, but they are protected now. It is just a firing squad. They've been attacked from all different angles. The hack as well onto Thickboot doesn't allow any escape. Compile that along with the Coalescence, the Death Blossom. There is no chance.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. That's actually relatively restrained from Cal Berkeley because you see that they still have 3 check marks, and this is still a good combo of what is available. Spidey playing a little bit more passively here, trying to dodge the EMP that Flex has online. A duel of the Sombras will be in play in this next fight. Cal Berkeley obviously with the advantage of being in final fight territory.
Oh, this is big. If they could just get in position, and that will be it. But Lep does respond with the trading kind. However, we have Enigma just jumping around. The bubble stops any damage coming from Loyola, but here comes the beat drop. Lorenzo is keeping the players safe, but they have been hacked. They aren't able to escape. Enigma jumping back. Maybe the Diva Bomb coming out from Holy Macro can find success. It certainly does not. And they managed to get onto the objective, but it is a full 99-0 unless this contest can be magical. Immaculate Lep fighting for their life on the objective, but they will get knocked off. There's no hope here on the first round.
That was just complete shutout by Cal Berkeley. 100-0, rightfully earned. As I mean, at the very tail end of the fight there, the EMP lands on all 6. And sure, you know, traded their life for it, did Theomin, but that is, you know, just a trade that you're willing to do because your team has enough ability to clean up, and Cal Berkeley will take that to a round victory. LMU has a lot to work for here, right? This needs to be a big comeback because this series, you don't want it to going off the rails this early on.
Adjustment, Flex and Whack. Going on to rules. Hopefully, this will be a new opportunity for them. The A-Man on the Doomfist. They could get in the back line. I feel like they have not a lot to deal with that. But starting things off, Flex gets a good pick on Taguani. That will signal a lot of aggression coming out from LMU. They're pressing the advantage all the way to the front. But the A-Man is he's on the objective. He's waiting behind.
Yeah. Oh, Flex is so low. Oh boy. Oh, this Junkrat's won. Please, someone heal Flex.
No! Oh no! Now it's a sandwich. The A-Man gets 2. That's huge, and they have nothing in the back line to stop that from happening. Completely wiped out, and they wait until the perfect moment, until that's when the objective becomes available. Oh no.
A little unorthodox in the current era of Overwatch to see the Ryan Zarya, but hey, I mean, Peter's a max energy as well, and the A-Man doing a ton of work here. Okay, that's a little ambitious. That's a little ambitious.
Really feeling themselves after that one, LaFon. They wanted to go for some more, but, you know, you can't blame them. Now, this may provide to be an opportunity. Here comes the Graviton. They're stuck underneath it, but it's got the Immortality Field, and right in response, just so they can stay in the faces of LMU, they pop it. Cal Berkeley still taking the fight to LMU. There's no shot for escape.
That is such a dominant fight win for Cal Berkeley. Down a player, and they still handily win that one out. As Spawn touch the Spawn challenge successfully completed. And gets out alive. Oh no. So extremely successfully completed there as the Doomfist is going on a around the world sort of challenge here.
Having a lot of fun with it. Here comes the Amp Matrix, the A-Man splitting the attention. so they won't have the full-on defense to move away from the amp. They will actually take it out the front door. Flex spamming does get Spidey, but that's all they can be good for at the moment. They have the Riptide. Maybe the A-Man is getting too crazy, too close, but they still have the bubble to stay alive. But maybe, no! The Riptide doesn't find the value, goes right into a bubble, Zarya.
Yeah, they're going to use the sound barrier here because they want this fight to be theirs, but they don't have the player's advantage to LMU. And the A-Man on the flank is going to continue to put pressure. That is going to be this fight over. And I mean, just looking forward, you can see just the opportunity holding out. This is, I think they're trying to play for the combo of the punch into Shatter or Enigma, or for the Reinhardt here. Lep already out of the equation. And this is going to be the map just done.
Yeah, they were just throwing everything in the kitchen sink to solidify that win. Maybe Flex can make it at the end? No. Will not be the case, and Cal Berkeley very handily win that first map. That was it was a bit brutal, I'll say.
200-0. Spidey, this is the double elimination of the supports on round 1 on Garden. Yep, right here. Good night.
Massive.
And yeah, just tremendous stuff here from Spidey and the entirety of the Cal Berkeley squad, who have swiftly put themselves ahead in this series, 200-0 post haste. And I mean, this is a really tough order for the remainder of the series, because again, I mean, LMU, this is one they needed to win, and it's got to be a little heartbreaking to have the map go that one-sided at the outset for your squad. So we'll see how well they recover in map number 2, Los.
Well, just a quick warm up. You know, that's what we saw in the same mentality of UIUC. So that may be the case. However, this is something you have to take into consideration. There was no attempt for LMU to even contest the point rightfully. Like, even with the A-Man, they had control. They felt like they had a bit of an advantage, but that was without one of the DPS players even participating.
Yeah, that was. It's been a long time since we've seen a play like that happen. Certainly at the NACE Starleague, and I mean, just sitting up on the objective and completely losing sight of the player who then comes in completely uncontested. Like, how do you even react to that, right? So, a good setup by Cal Berkeley. Man, map number 2.
Let's
Kings Row.
Let's think toward a King's Row. Maybe there are some better memories to be made for LMU. It is entirely possible. You know, you kind of have an idea of what they're playing with. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. I just to add on to what you're saying, LMU defending first, so they'll get a chance to slow the game down a little bit, because they'll be able to sort of react to what Cal Berkeley's bringing to them. Definitely going to be interesting to see what they play, right? What composition they play. So far, they've looked fairly standard in their selections, right? We're not seeing anything untoward. We're not seeing anything outrageous. We're not seeing anything, strange. But how well do they know how to play these compositions is the question. Obviously, in the mirror matchup, it's been a little tough for them so far. As we get to King's Row, is that going to be the Orisa on the defense? Are they going to bring the Wrecking Ball, right? Or is it going to continue to be that rush with the Reinhardt? These are all the questions that kind of LMU's asked themselves. And I think at this point, we don't have any real insight into how they're going to run it. However, as we get into game, this first fight, so we're seeing them hovering over rush so far. I'd like to see how well they take this first fight. How confident are they after map number 1? Because that is going to speak volumes about the rest of the series.
I see that they're going with Flex on the Mei, and that's good for isolating some kills in the choke point through mid, but or through the main objective. But really, that only will affect Enigma or Peter. All the other 4 heroes that have been selected, except for Kwani now, have the ability to circumvent that wall. They can play around it, and they can provide support, or even just do a simple escape if it comes to it.
Use your heads out there. We get through this.
So we'll see how well they can find value here.
Starting off, it's just a lot of healing. It will be Enigma to take the brunt of the damage, but Banana Bread seemingly uncontested right now. But Dr. Thickboot starting things up, but they will force out the cooldown of the Immortality Field. Maybe Whack is able to land those shots against Nana, but Nana just totally unabated, uncontested, and they will start to continue to have that damage. Now we do have Holy Macro going and providing some damage, but maybe there's even a rocket barrage that they could drop in this moment.
Getting forward, yeah. I mean, this fight is over. Really clean stuff. Konami actually doing a really a tremendous amount of work on the Ana. Opens that fight up with an anti-nade. Actually, even as Banana Bread is putting spam over the top, it's assisted quite heavily by the Ana player. The anti-nade to deny the heals as the immortality field is destroyed, and then obviously the 2 final blows when clearly their team does not need healing, so the elimination or the eliminations come through, the damage comes through instead. Now Cal Berkeley, trying to put the pressure to the forward line. Banana Bread likely looking for a concussive blast into the barrage. Nano boost onto the Zarya as they want to keep this front line going.
Oh, and Peter is continuing so much damage. The Nano with a good amount of charge, 80, almost to 100. That will be it. It's so much thickness out of this beam. The damage from Berkeley is undeniable.
Yeah, really great stuff there. I think the most critical aspect of that is down a player, Cal Berkeley chooses to invest, and they look like the team that got the first pick, right? That was really impressive stuff here from them. And I mean, they're cycling the fight one with just one ultimate. That was just the nano boost. LMU needs to find a way back into these fights to get the first pick, yes, but also the second and third. Keep an eye out on this Reinhardt. Oh man, please.
Starts off with the Graviton Surge, but no, there won't be a chance to bring out the Rocket Barrage as now Flex shooting him from the sky and followed it up with Lorenzo. They are holding on. Finally, there are signs of life, and it was actually after a great deal of investment from Cal Berkeley.
Yeah, that's a really good fight. That's the fight that LMU needed to win. They don't actually use that much in response, right? It's the Shatter, Grav, and a Valkyrie for Cal Berkeley. LMU use just the sound barrier, right? So that's a really, really good trade for LMU. And they buy themselves some space and time. That's really what they need. They need more fights like that here on this map.
It's all about circumventing this corner. Whoever shield breaks first, if they can manipulate the cooldown, hurt Dr. Thickboot, or at least get behind. A little bit of interesting time using that Dragon Blade, but still, they can win it out. Oh my god, it's a deflection right back into whack. The Deadeye takes out the Gunslinger, and that is really unfortunate.
Oh, that's good though. That's even as the Cassidy goes down, they're able to eliminate the Amen at the end, and that should buy enough space with the main tank gone for Cal Berkeley. So, things that it's not the most ideal fight to win at or to lose out, or player to lose out, but they're able to win the fight nonetheless. Banana Bread hanging on an island needs to be scattered out. They need this peel coming in on this barrage, but Flex goes down.
Maybe that will be a second one as whack. No, they won't be able to win it out. A great use of the defense matrix and actually flip the script on the Banana Bread. A huge play. Here comes the Earth Shatter. Here comes the Nano Rhine, but will they be able to capitalize on it? No one is in place, but maybe the A-Man is still somehow winning out that fight. And yes, they've won it.
Yeah, they have. It's a little harried, but they get there. The big thing there is how many stuns were applied to both main tanks in that engagement. Enigma and Dr. Thickboot both really enjoying the main tank experience. But unfortunately, it is Enigma who stands up the earliest and gets the Shatter down. Big trades there. Lord Enzo's down, so that means no initiation speed, but you don't need it if you've got 2 eliminations to your name. That's going to be LMU going to hold for the moment as they buy another fight win here off those 2 picks.
Finding good flashes of success, but they need to have that long-term success.
Ooh.
Flex has that potential. They're in a good position. Here comes Attack Visor, and they're going to drop the Stim Beacon on themselves, but no one is in place. No one is in position for that to work out. Flex has no way of healing, and the A-Man shuts him down, but here is the Graviton Surge followed up by the Dragon Strike. Maybe they can stay alive. No one's died yet, but it will start. The kills are coming in, but Enigma losing out on the shield. They're going for the straight hammer, and this is all falling apart for LMU.
Yeah, it turns out that if the Grav Dragon doesn't kill you, the Shatter will, and Enigma lays that down last. So LMU going to make a change over, Flex going back over to the Mei. There's no aerial threat of the Pharah, so they don't need the hit scan anymore. A change to slow things down now. Literally with the freeze. Good wall to block Peter up. Oh no, the anti though.
asleep onto Dr. Thick as well. They have no shield to keep them safe. Now they have to back up with the wall. It might be sufficient for a few moments, but compile that with a nano to Ryan. You have a major issue. Whack can't even get the Deadeye off. And this is just one after another. The pieces are falling apart. Dr. Thick, who not even in the fight yet, will be reached and met with a charge. No shots, no chance for a contest.
I will say the one highlight here for LMU is that 2 minutes 18 seconds is what was left on the clock. Considering how quick the first and third points went respectively, that is not an unreasonable time bank to kind of end the map with. This is still not out of the question for LMU to kind of make a recovery right in their scoreline. So it is going to be difficult. Make no mistake about it. They'll need a very good attacking half. However, it is not untoward. It is not impossible for them to return in this map.
Well, that's all yet to be determined, as we need to see what they can provide on the attack. But what we saw back on Li Zhang, it feels like for them to get started in an offensive capability, they've been bullied. They've been bullied when they want to attack. Maybe, hopefully, this won't be the same case as they're adjusting it up. Maybe Flex can get a good shot in the beginning. I mean, I got PTSD to the return of that Deadeye coming from the A-men. Maybe that will be a similar story if a snipe is put into play.
Flex just needs a little bit more patience this time around, right? Just hold up a little bit longer, that's all. Coming into this, yeah, this is... man, okay, the BAP coming in instead of the Brig is a good play because you don't have the healing with that BAP or the Brig Lucio. You love to see it. This is a good composition from LMU. They need to play in close, win the close brawl, and try and isolate the Reinhardt Enigma specifically, especially the bubbles. If they can force Peter's bubbles and get the elimination onto the Reinhardt, they'll be success, or they'll be in a position of success here.
Oh, the A-man looking for that harass. They're getting flashbanged and forces out a bubble so that maybe I think they could take advantage of, but now they're stuck in this alleyway. They have to make a move, starting out with Dr. Thick, who puts out the shields, and they make the jump across. Oh, it's a great isolation. If only the wall was a bit closer to lock out the Zarya. Peter does make an escape, and that will let them fall right into the clutches of Cal Berkeley. Maybe the A-man can go for some more, but really, it's Enigma doing the work here.
Yeah, it's going to be, in close, how do you escape? Nope, will not escape. And that will be the final hold here, as that's a minute off the clock on that fight. Cal Berkeley really recovering well on that last one, right? They get isolated. The bubbles forced very early from Peter. The A-man, gets stunned up, but they're able to slow things down enough. And even with that wall, not able to take advantage of LMU. Keep an eye on Enigma again. The Shatter will be in play. And, there's nothing more threatening than a Reinhardt with that ultimate in their back pocket.
Now they have to make their way through the back. They are considering going for the high ground. Oh, they start up the Ant Matrix, but it's only met with an Earth Shatter and an Anti. There's no one to protect them from all sides. They're being hurt. Enzo is just trying to save his position, but they'll have to back off, and I think Lord Enzo will be the one to make it away, but that's about it.
Oh, and they're staggering poor D.Va here. Holy macro.
My God.
Oh, no. And there's nothing you can do here. Like, you kind of have to just hope that, Oh. Well, they finally put Holy Macro out of their misery, and that's going to be another minute gone. So half the time allotted has been elapsed, and LMU, they need a bigger play. Here's the thing. Not only was that fight won, it cost LMU ultimates, and Enigma was the only one to use their ultimate on the reverse side. Here's the Nano Blade coming in play.
And there was a bubble along with that. There was so much protection. The A-man had this in the bag, and there was nothing to stop them. Now, Lorenzo all trapped alone, jumping away. Maybe they could stall, go for an escape or something. And no, they will be halted. Banana Bread, final bullet, the final nail in that coffin.
And that's just a combo. And keep an eye out now. Holy Macro gonna have to play very, very aware. Head on a swivel, as they say, to try and deny this Graviton Surge, because that could just as easily cement the end of this map.
Coming from the far side of the statue, here is the Deadeye. It's not effective because they had that immortality field, but once it's destroyed, Here come the kills. They have no heals coming in. They were all isolated, all brought into this one location. They couldn't move away. Baby Diva does die this time, and it will basically be a team kill, but due to a quick respawn, nothing.
Yeah, it's finally LMU will have their resources they need. Gotta block the shatter from Enigma. And then if you can do that, lay down the Blizzard. Again, they have nothing to deny the Blizzard, right? They have nothing to like eat it. And focus fire those trapped in it. That's the important part here.
Okay, going around, here comes the Earth Shatter. It does knock Peter back, but now they put up the wall. They don't have the damage to go through. It's a Blizzard onto Flex, but what else? There's no one in. No one is safe. They don't even need to go inside to attack, and that will be Holy Macro knocked out. Dr. Thickboot switches over to the Wrecking Ball, maybe to get on the objective, but they get flashed, they get booped. There's no way they can even make it to the point, and that is Cal Berkeley, another map win.
And put themselves at match point after shutting out their opposition's 2 maps in a row, looking to make it a perfect 3 as they continue their onward momentum through this series. Enigma will get the highlight here. This is that point where I was saying, by the way, main tank experience, a lot of stuns, a lot of shutdowns, but they will get the highlight nonetheless and lead their team to a 2-0 lead at the end of 2.
Whew, things certainly are looking difficult for Loyola Marymount. Their attacks definitely aren't finding the effect that they're looking for. While we could highlight going back, they had some good moments in the defense. They burned a good amount of time. It wasn't a huge time bank going after the first round, but it was still something respectable to work with. But when they're on the offense, this is just a squad that struggles so much to get a good fight going, and I'm not sure what they need to be a starter for them.
I mean, one of the first things that they need to kind of adapt is that their composition is set for certain ult combos. They kind of have to play around those resources, around those ultimates. I mean, you should, the fights where Blizzard is in play, those should be fights you win. But the problem is that by the time it's being laid down, 3 of your players are eliminated as well. And all of a sudden, it doesn't matter if 4 players are frozen. If there's no one to eliminate, take them out. So just slow down the fights a little bit. Try and, rather than force the issue, punish the aggressive plays of Cal Berkeley. Easier said than done. I know Cal Berkeley is playing very well, but these are sort of the keys to victory. And it's very easy for me to say it here, sitting in the casting booth, Liz. That being said, it doesn't change the veracity of the fact. And in this instance, it needs to be what they kind of get better at if they want to keep the series going in map number 3.
Yeah, I guess that is the case. I mean, they have died many times before they even make it to the objective. And is that an issue just for positioning? Is it that they just have some great mobility on the side of Berkeley? Because that was the case too. They were all over the place. They were hard to lock down across any of those players.
Yeah, it's like I said, it does undersell what Berkeley's doing. They're doing a great job of taking the advantage of their fight. They're forcing the fight first. So to a certain extent, the answer to the question, is it because of Cal Berkeley's mobility? Yes, it is. However, it being that, Cal Berkeley having that to their side does not change what you need to do to kind of defeat it. It just makes it a lot harder, right? So something that they're going to have to kind of wrestle with in map number 3, Junkertown. Again, this is match point for Cal Berkeley as they sit currently 2-0 on the scoreline.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I want to see if they can find a more stalwart defense. There were flashes at the pan earlier, but hopefully this could lead up to a bit more. And maybe now that they don't have to attack a solid static objective, maybe moving the payload down the line will be a bit easier for them, because we never got to see what they were capable of when it came to moving the payload. They never got to that point. But maybe when it is solely that type of objective, it might be more to their favor, maybe favoring their play style.
Yeah, I mean, they will defend first here on Junkertown, so there is that. They get to we get to identify, when does the map end in that regard. And no surprises here for what LMU's running. Double Shield is sort of the wave on Junkertown, and you'll be able to kind of set a perimeter, a checkpoint, if you will, up the front line, and then have Cal Berkeley kind of duel it out. The real question is, how well does your hit scan duel against the opposition? Because a lot of the time, that can be what sort of decides first point. LMU going to have to make a very, very strong standout performance, especially from Flex here on this first objective.
Here comes the... I wouldn't call it a meme comp, but just the fact that they're bringing out the Bastion makes me have a feeling like that. Let's see how it goes. Accretion doesn't miss the mark, or does miss the mark. Now they have that almost effective pirate ship, but the shield isn't there. They don't have a real defense of it. Is Enigma just looking away? Were they just looking away?
They don't have the immortality field. They don't have the immortality field. So, I mean, at this point, it is a doable or a winnable fight because any damage that comes in will now be able to be executed on. Taking an off angle is Flex looking for that dynamite big play, but Cody comes in with a 5 orb, and that is the hit scan down.
Oh, the A-Man with a great snipe out of the sky might be able to compact on that one. Banana Bread is a serious damage dealer, but they don't even need them at this point.
Yeah, that is going to be 0.1 gained. The cart just moves forward uncontested for the first half. There you go. There's the... oh no. one good turn deserves another, I suppose, and Peter will get in the kill. That being said, the Resurrect cannot be stopped because the hook had been used. This one won't be undone. And yeah, Peter just making sure Flex stays down.
This is a difficult time for the players of Loyola Marymount University. Peter going in for another. Maybe they might be able to get left. No, the hook goes wide. However, Whole Hog is at the ready, but you also have to consider Kawani shooting through the amplification matrix. We got Spidey finding too.
It doesn't matter that your Mercy stayed alive. Well done, Lep. But in this instance, the fight's already over, right? So gonna have to go on reset. I mean, this is gonna be so hard for both Flex and Wuak because both these players, yes, the Hanzo has the insta-kill potential, but the range of the A-Man is just so much better. Coupled with the fact that anytime you step out of line, the Bastion's going to keep you honest. That's a really tough ask for the DPS players of LMU.
I'm just playing a little bit of a trap here. Whoever wants to jump onto the objective will have to face off with Banana Bread, who is essentially a non-participant until they go on the left angle, and there it is. The off angle provided by Banana Bread is a little bit of a damage dealer, but nothing serious. You have to watch out because we've got Peter on the right side going for some hooks. Maybe they'll find something more. Here's the Transcendence from Kawani. They are going to get a free ride into this fight, and maybe they will be able to walk out with it. No, Lep is on the docket as well. A 10-player kill streak here for Peter.
Peter has just been a menace on the flank here. Right, the Roadhog, they get one pick, the Resurrect comes in from Lep, and then they go instantly back down, so... Oh, that's it. And I mean, what do? There's a Widow behind a shield. You literally cannot deal with her in that sense. Please stop looking at Please stop looking at her. So scary.
Okay, now that they have a shield, there is a bit more protection for the players to get the Resurrection. Thick Boot back in play, but we also have to talk about Peter on the Whole Hog. They are backed up. It's a good kinetic grasp, and yes, there was a response, but all the way at this point, Flex is making some work. However, look how far the payload has moved.
The one thing to kind of take solace in now is that because the objective has gotten this far, the Bass is going to lose a lot of its success from here on out because retaking objective with a Bastion is very tough, and on top of that, LMU will have the high ground, so it is a small element of victory, one that LMU will need to stack up if they want to try and bring Junkertown back.
Okay, I think it's going to start with Banana Bread sending out the ultimate and then probably swapping off. They did find some value, broke out the... Oh, wow, even more. As they swapped off, that will be the end of them, and maybe there will be a switch into play, but we also have the A-Man joining on the Junkrat there to just destroy the shields, removing Lep from play, and pretty much any attempt coming out from LMU is halted.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to Dragon Strike the objective as soon as Wuak respawns and then try and get the... try and get to the point. There it is. There's the Dragon Strike. Good block on the hook this time around, though.
Bob coming in for some support. The A-Man on death's door, but still finding the value. Lord Enzo goes down, but that will also signal A-Man's death. Banana Bread in the off angle, not wanting to tango with Bob, will be taking some shots, but it doesn't matter. They're all in the back line. They can't even contest, and that will be Cal Berkeley taking the round with 3 minutes and 31 seconds to spare.
I am known for my relentless optimism, Los. Heavy sarcasm, but LMU has a real tough task here. 331 on Junkertown third is a tremendous amount of time, and they're going to I mean, Cal Berkeley was unstopped on first and second, and then essentially unstopped on third. LMU needs to have a lightning quick first round, and it just needs to be an execution or an engagement, a first engagement that is going to be clinical. They need their DPS to sort of duel out the opposition, get that first pick off to start things rolling. That needs to be what's going to happen if LMU wants a chance here in Junkertown. It's such a difficult position to be in, but pressure's on, both from the scoreline and from the fact that your win condition needs to be, damage being dealt.
This is the final test. Last time around over in Kings Row, they weren't even able to make it to the objective. I don't believe a tick was earned either. Now they have a very difficult task ahead of them. Flex had been able to find some success, getting some shots toward the latter end of the previous round, but what can they do? They're going to be harassed to no end, especially with Banana Bread running around in the back line as Genji. Peter sending out the hooks. This is going to be difficult.
Yep. Good start, though, as the A-Man plays up very aggressively. And they punished the Hanzo player, so that's what they needed to do. They needed to be, making sure to get those eliminations. Not out of the woods yet, but certainly progress.
Oh, Enigma actually swallows the dynamite. That's a good use of the kinetic grasp. Banana Bread harassing on the sideline in the off angle, but will decide to go down onto Flex as well. But Flex will escape using the coach gun to return to the safety of their shields. It's a consistent skirmish. The only ones who are really dying are the ones in the front line, Banana Bread being that. Now that they're backing off, it might be time for a real fight, a close quarters brawl, blocking the damage with their body. Peter huffs that paint and will continue to fight.
Oh, there's the first return pick from the defense, though, as the A-Man picks up back their counterpart, Hanzo, and that's a big anti-nade. Lord Enzo trying to duel the Hanzo. There's the Immortality Field, will allow them to stabilize long enough, and somehow through miracles of dodging and diving, LMU stabilized for the moment. So many players at 1 HP, but they're able to stay alive for now as they try and walk forward.
Okay, now they will be able to round the first bend. Here comes the amplification matrix, but it's on the other side of a shield. They have to reposition, but as they do, they have to watch for the backline. Dr. Thickboot gets hit with the accretion. However, they're still standing firm. Peter in the backline has the whole hog at the ready. If they can get this pulled, that will be huge. No lep there for the potential transcendence. Whole hog knocked them right off the objective.
The cart is still moving forward. Here comes the flank from A-Man. Not able to get the elimination in time, but doesn't need to. Their teammates are there. There comes the Roadhog with the nano boost applied, and Peter will go to town. The hook misses, but the damage is already done. LMU sent back to the drawing board. Los, this has gone from bad to worse. Less than 2 minutes here. In every fight that LMU takes, Cal Berkeley seems to have a response for.
Now they have 4 ultimates at the ready, and even 5 if Flex build it up by the time they get to the fight. Unless Banana Bread has something to say about it, if they can get in the back line, cause some damage, stop this ultimate from even getting charged up before the fight begins, that could be crucial. Nick Flux ready for this next one. Here's the Dragon Strike from the A-Man from the back line. However, no one dies just yet, but the A-Man on their own arrows find 2 in a row.
And that was the A-Man at 50 HP. That's going to be traded back by the Gravitic Flux, Los, but it will not be enough.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Huge end of momentum there for LMU while they're so close to the next objective.
I suppose the one highlight is that they can get another early pick off. It is only Banana Bread with the Dragon Blade and nothing to combo with it. Enigma, though, will have the Gravitic Flux shortly. LMU need to dump all their resources here. It just needs to be everything put into contest, as Flex will not get the hit onto the A-Man, and now Supercharge needs to be used, Bob needs to be used, Dragon Strike needs to be used. Good pick off. There's the Hanzo down to Cal Berkeley.
Enigma being pulled a little bit, but it won't be anything too dangerous. Here comes the Gravitic Flux pulling up Lord Enzo. They're going to drop right into the Immortality Field. However, once that's destroyed, here comes Banana Bread as the cleanup crew. They will be removed by Bob, but after dealing so much damage and removing so many players from the fight, it will be enough. Amplification Matrix as a response, and they're backing off. They will have a bit of space to work with, but they are on the back foot. Nonetheless, they have to make an escape. Holy Macro jumping around looking for the conversions, but none to be found. It's all here for Cal Berkeley. With 6 seconds left, there's nothing they can do.
No, that is going to be it. Spidey is the hero there as that anti-nade denies at Lord Enzo the healing they required. Overtime will tick through. Lep will go down. The last one is Flex, who will be eliminated. And that will be Cal Berkeley with a 3-0 shutout, as it is but a paltry attempt at a defense here now. LMU trying their desperate to return.
Well, actually, they may find themselves to be pushing it forward a bit more. However, once more players coming up from Cal Berkeley spawn are having something to say, or maybe I'm speaking too soon. This is still a bit of a resurgence. They will push it to the next objective.
Okay. It seems that LMU decided that in the very end, despite not having any real presence on the map, still get to the objective and get the contest going. And Cal Berkeley, lost a fight that they had a player advantage in. There were no players close enough for Cal Berkeley to touch, and now LMU have just moved the cart forward.
And have gotten off of it?
I think they're playing the gentleman's agreement here, because Cal Berkeley obviously has lost Peter on the off tank, so they're holding the cart from moving as a sort of handshake, I think. In that sense, still waiting for the resolution of the outcome. You can see the cart just slowly rolling back.
Well,
there's
Peter.
There's Peter again.
Okay. And now we're back on the fun.
Yeah.
Okay, Peter back on the hunt.
I think if I had to guess, I'd say Cal Berkeley chose not to pause, and then LMU just handshook, just let the payload sort of wait. So we are now back in the thick of things, though, and both teams will swiftly return to their temporary ceasefire.
Okay, Gravitic Flux at the ready for Enigma, but they will get hacked out here by Flex. A good play, however, they will suffer for their efforts. Peter with the great hook, with the hog plays are undeniable, and now it might be the time for them to utilize it. Holy Macro slept a great sleep indeed, and that will be a follow-up. Might be able to escape, but no, they get hit with the anti, and actually, they do make it out with their life. Nana Bread and the A-Man going out for some serious aggressive plays.
Yeah, that's ambitious. That is extremely ambitious, and Wack rightfully punishes the Cassidy for that bold Deadeye. Unfortunately, that may not be enough to keep the fight moving. Lep will go down, and Cal Berkeley looks to try and slow this effort. And there's the Nano Blade to just add insult to injury.
Oh, actually getting thrown up in the Gravitic Flux. You wouldn't have expected it. And they are all caught up in 6 seconds left. No one's on the objective. Lord Enzo is in a world of pain. Somehow walks away with it. I mean, they sacrificed the Immortality Field as well as the Amp Matrix, but anything to stay alive in this moment, because you have to have the presence. You have to get back to the fight, and maybe this could be a moment. Supercharger being brought into play. The halt maybe pull them back. There could be an opportunity.
Oh, that one will be it. Coney will take out the elimination, and with that being said, I do not see this one turning any differently. Whole Hog to share everyone off the objective. Lep will get a boop. The tag will come in from one, but overtime will tick away instantly. And this time around, Cal Berkeley will put the period on the sentence of this series, the 3-0 closeout, as they take the victory here.
Well, that certainly took a turn I didn't expect, and well, at the very least, they were able to secure an objective, that being LMU, and not a complete shutout. They were able to score at least one objective throughout this series.
Yep, and I mean, this is a nice highlight though from the A-Man. The projectile, the direct hits with the Junkrat's mines in the middle of the air. I'd love to see it. Very well played, and you see Berkeley doing, or sorry, Cal Berkeley doing a great job of completing this series and looking very strong throughout.
Yeah, without a doubt, looking unstoppable throughout. This was just a dominating series provided by Cal Berkeley. There's no other way around it. They provided very little opportunities for LMU to break through their defenses, find holes in their back line, and just overall win fights. The biggest advantage they had was toward the end when, by all means, they should have lost.
Yeah. And actually, this now raises some interesting questions about this conference to me, though, because with how dominant that 3-0 was for Berkeley, they lost 3-0 to UCI earlier this season. So some very interesting storylines here in the Western Conference ahead of the end of the season, obviously, but also the play-ins and playoffs beyond that.
So, I mean, yeah, that is a very stacked top three. What is that?
Yeah.
UCI at the top. Now we still have Cal Berkeley up there along with them, and at the top, I believe, Boise. All three of these teams have been currently undefeated. Well, Cal took one, but is still somehow running it at the top along with these teams. So they are only one game within arm's reach of these teams. So this is an incredibly competitive top three.
Yeah, this conference is one to keep an eye out on for sure. I mean, just looking at the obviously the final couple of weeks for the regular season, but like I said, beyond that is going to be very, very interesting how that turns through. So a lot to kind of pay attention to in terms of storylines again at the end of the season. And Lois, I mean, we talked. The one thing is last season we were a little bit worried. The regular season play in a couple of conferences was not competitive. I think it has evolved tremendously this season. Right, we've seen conferences that are very close to each other. We've got teams that are competitive within the conferences. Before, we were sort of waiting till the end of the season, or sorry, till the playoffs, before we saw teams really challenge and struggle. But I think now we're seeing it in the regular season. That is amazing growth in not a lot of time, right? It's a couple of weeks, couple of months. So impressive stuff here in from the NACE Starleague.
I think it's also worth mentioning Loyola is the 4th seed in this conference. They are still a strong competitor within this series, but to see that one step above is a very, very skilled squad coming through, that really speaks volumes of how competitive these conferences have become. And I'm excited. I don't even know of these three teams who's going to make it to the end. I can't wait.
We are, of course, super excited for that. And the other thing to highlight is that we've seen a lot of flexibility from these teams. That was an unorthodox compositional setup from Berkeley, right? We saw Genji, we saw Zarya, stuff we don't normally see. So for them, how well do they adapt those compositions against teams that will play what we consider to be a little bit more tried and true, right? How will they play up against sort of the Rush Mirror if the Ryan Diva kind of comes in, or the Double Shield? Obviously, they played a Sigma and then a Roadhog on Junkertown. I know you're happy about that one. Seeing Peter on the Roadhog, don't get a lot of it, but looked very strong. And then how well can they adapt and flex if needed? So are they a team that when their composition struggles, will they have a response? All this and more stuff that Cal Berkeley are going to have to sort of resolve as they move forward.
I mean, that is true. We didn't see too much versatility within the matchup coming out from Cal Berkeley. I think the major transitions that we saw was just when it was necessary for the adjustment of the map, when they were in the last stretch of Junkertown, where they swapped over from the A-Man into a Junkrat, or when Bastion was not necessary anymore and you couldn't bring it to the end of the line. That's not necessary anymore. We could get a little bit more information on how they will adapt to these compositions, as we've got A-Man here joining us. A-Man, congratulations on your 3-0 victory against LMU. How are you feeling after that very decisive victory?
You know, I'm actually coming off of a good midterm and then a good match, so my spirits are up, man. My spirits are up.
Well, there you go. Actually, you got to tell me what's the midterm on?
It was a class called Physics 89, which is basically just math and more math and more math.
Yeah,
but it was good, man. It was a good midterm, so everything's good.
There you go. In game and out of it as well, having W's here. No, we got to talk, of course, about the team and its performance within. Right, we saw a lot of interesting looks from you guys. Doomfist, we saw the Zarya, we saw the Genji. Is that sort of a mark of your team? That sort of hyper flexibility that is also a little unorthodox.
So we like to run a lot of Zarya because we have like last semester we basically had 2 Zarya 1 tricks, and we couldn't really play Diva that well. And Diva's really strong, but you know, Zarya, if you're good, it can work. I really like to play Doom, so that's where the Doom came from. And then so we play a little bit off meta, if you will.
All right. I mean, I like you. Definitely have shaken up some interesting plays. I want to talk about what was the call for you to sit behind the objective in the beginning on Lijiang Tower? What prompted that?
So basically, so normally what we do is I've kind of pathed a bit weirdly actually. So normally I'll path in on the point, they'll path in White Room, but we didn't have Diva for some reason. We picked Zarya because we do, that's actually one map where we will pick Diva usually if we're expecting a junk. But basically what happened was we got someone died instantly, right? So we backed up. I pressed tab. I was like, dude, just stay Zarya. You're halfway to grab already. And I was on point. I was like, you know what? This is a decent flank, so I'll just stay here. And then, Peter was super high charge. We pushed in. They have to back up because of all the incoming damage from Zarya, and then it was free.
Free it was. There was a lot of eliminations in very quick succession through that play. Obviously, from then on, I went to Kings Row and then into Junkertown. The momentum was on your side the entirety of the way through. Is that sort of is your team dependent on sort of the momentum, or can you kind of create things out of nothing if things are going bad?
So I think in Overwatch momentum always helps, just because the nature of having ults to snowball and stuff like that. I wouldn't say we're dependent on it though, but it always helps. I think more than anything, we've been working a lot on Kings Row first, trying to get the timings down. Usually I'm on Sombra, but if you're on any flanker, it's all about timing. So we typically do have some sort of flanker in the back, and try and match that with the timing when the Ryan comes in. And the Reinhardt meets the enemy Reinhardt. So we've been getting much better at the timing sort of thing.
Awesome. Well, now you're almost in a tie for first place in your conference. You also have UCI and Boise State in your conference. What are your thoughts against these other squads, and what are you looking forward to or expecting when it comes to conference play-ins?
I'm actually looking forward to playing Boise State. I don't think we've ever played them, actually. We've played UCI, I think, a few times now. And so, I mean, it's not new. But Boise State, that'll be exciting because one of our former teammates, Aiden, he has so many battle tags you probably wouldn't even recognize him. He has so many accounts. But he was our Tracer player last semester, and I think he has some friends at Boise State, so that should be a good game.
Well, I mean, exciting stuff. I'm looking forward to it now as well. Amen. Before we let you go, any shout outs you wanna have?
Shout out to Ellie if you're watching, and go Bears.
Go Bears indeed. Thank you so much, Amen. Congratulations on your win, and good luck to you as the season progresses.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, folks, so that'll wrap it up for tonight's series. Two very interesting and eventually one-sided series as it has gone along, but that will be all the Overwatch action we have for this week. But don't worry, there's still more NACE Starleague action to be had, as tomorrow we're bringing it back with League of Legends. Wednesday is Call of Duty, and Friday is CSGO. You are not going to want to miss it right here and now at the NACE Starleague, but that's it for us. We're signing off. I'm Los, joined by LaFon. So thank you so much to everyone who joined us tonight. Thank you, and good night.